ministers of word and power, you know. Man like Johnny Black, you know. Still I say they got me. Nigga side. Yes.
Dunkin' Refreshers. Dragon fruit, tropical guava, and mango pie.
Business about the magazine. And the monkey come and jump on the rare. And the monkey come and jump on the rare. Babylon of the woman of them like a tree where no one here. Fruit them no one, burden them no one. Fruit them no one, burden them no one here. I man don't see what them do, so me no business about them I say. And the money papa and jump on the rare. Watching you go through. Yeah, I man don't see what them a do. Me no business over them a say. All them money for ball and jump on a rare. Enough of them a pretty feeling in the daytime and night them a nightmare. They claim they love my brother, but ja she don't care. She claims she know I bought the bouncer, she don't care. Fruit them no one, fruit them no one, burden them no one. Oh yes, I am and passing judgment on the ghetto situation. I never feel no hungry, belly sufferation. For the man, them not really have no stealing and them spineless. Of course, them can't attract to no magnets. Fruit them no one, burden them no one. Fruit see what them a do, so me no busy, so what them a go say. It's like a ice cream, how Babylon kick up the day and a melt down. Come down, Babylon, we down. Come down, come down, Babylon, you we down. Come down, gunshot could have never leak out the rising sun. Gunshot could have never leak out the moon dominion. Yeah, well, I man don't see what them a do, so me no business about them a gossip. I man don't see what you do, me no business about you got her. All you coulda kick up all and jump on a red. All them a kick up all and jump on a red. None of them a pretty filly in the daytime and night them a nightmare. She claim she love I bought a bunch she don't care. She claim she love I bought a bunch she don't care. Fruit them no bird them no fruit them no hey you, yeah, yeah, yeah. You will not be watching you. That's right. Watch infrared, not be watching you. Red eyes, red eyes, red eyes, red eyes. Not be watching you. Not be watching you. Yeah, yeah, not be watching you. What need to go through? What need to go through? Alright, root them no more. I'm passing judgment on the ghetto man situation. I never feel no hunger, belly sufferation. And none for them man and them not really have no stealing and them spineless. And so of course them cannot track to no magnets. Fruit them no burden them no fruit them no yeah man, yeah man, yeah man. With the out of float down and I come down and I hear yeah man. Babylon your queen down, we come down, yeah man. Family, structure, vista no. When you gunshot could have never look out against the rising sun. Gunshot could have never look out the moon dominion. Well, and until it comes, see it, fruit them no wine. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, alright. Yeah man, Babylon your queen down, we come down. Yeah man, Babylon your queen down, we come down. Gunshot could have never leak out against the rising sun. Gunshot could have never got touch the moon down in the young when I hear. Yeah man, Babylon your when you look a sick melt down, Babylon queen down, they have the melt down and they run down when I hear man. Babylon, your queen down, we come to the ear. Your gunshot could have, your some nuclear, atomic, nuclear fission could have never got stand up and face against the rising sun. Yeah man, Babylon, your queen down, we come down. Yeah man, Babylon.
Elevate your game this season at Dick's. Score the latest gear from the best brands for football, soccer, volleyball, and more. Plus, choose from thousands of cleats from Nike, Adidas, Jordan, and other top brands. Shop in-store.
biblical description come down. The journey, when I hear Jordanian crossing from morning. Lion, hold the ground. Lion, wear the ground. Lion, hold the ground. Lion, keep the ground. Lion, hold the ground. Yeah, bring my dog on my soul. Yeah, I know that the day will come. Yeah, I know that the day will come. Napoleon and the Prince Lion, obsessed with being God and man. In England, Richard with the heart of the lion, obsessed with being God and man. Leonardo da Vinci, Lion the Invincible, obsessed with being God and man. Michelangelo, the top artisan, named after the archangel, Michael Angel, who slew the dragon, obsessed with being God and man. With being God and man, yes. Octavian Caesar, Octave is the 8th month, obsessed with being God and man. Augustus, obsessed, the August is the 8th month lion, obsessed with being God and man. Julius, the 7th conjunction of the 8th in the fixed mention, obsessed with being God and man.
Yes, sir, yes.
With being God and man. Bring my daughters, all my soul.
Bring my daughters, bring my soul.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I know I said that the day will come.
It will come.
When the Celtics left North Africa through the Iberian, originally were known as the Kilte. Believe it or not, my daughters are my soul. Yeah, it's hard than the Armenians. Yes, he who fled out of Judah into the Balkan Peninsula. All my daughters, bring my soul.
All the bloodline.
Bring my daughters and bring my soul. I know that the day will come. I know that that day must come. Come on, progenitor.
Yes, I give thanks. Ngus Salam. Welcome in, everybody. It is an honor to have you here with us on the 17th of July, 717. It is 2005, so that is 9. Give thanks and praise. It is wonderful to have you here this evening. We have a very, very interesting topic tonight. Very good topic. Talking about the mind, we're talking about the universe, we're talking about everything in between, because the power that is holding is something that most people just pass by. But we're going to dive into this session speaking about the ancient future. We're going to be touching on the galactic Maya cosmology and also the multidimensional consciousness. Get a ring. All right. So just getting y'all to come in. Welcome in, welcome in. And we got some good things coming up. Like we said the last time, we got Black August Festival coming up, and we have a wonderful event that is just fun packed with great things for our people, and we're looking forward to it, and we'll give you more and more details as to what we got going on and how we're going to be having a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful celebration this Black August for this fall in this year of 9. So we give thanks and praise. Right now, I'm going to play our national anthem for the EWF. So like that song says, bring my daughters, bring my sons. Daughters and sons of who? Ethiop, Ethel, Melchizedek. Awo. So we give thanks and praise to His Majesty Haile Selassie I, Zimek Zibir Daniel Lam, for all his great works and his exemplary uprightness to set us apart from our lower confines that is being amplified by certain people. So we give thanks and praise for the example and the excellence of His Majesty. Yes, one love, one moment.
To be in that land of Ethiopia, it's the black man. Ethiopia, the land of our fathers, the land where our gods come to be. Like bees to a hive swiftly gather, Jah children are gathered to thee. With red, gold, and green floating o'er us, and our emperor to shield us from wrong. With our hope and our future before us, we hail and we chant and we sing.
Yes, I give thanks, give thanks. All right. Right now we'll ask the chaplain, Chaplain Amdizan. So open us up with a prayer on this special day. We got 717, and 7 is also a number associated with God. And somebody passed by today and they gave me a pamphlet, said, "Where is God?" It was a Hebrew Israelite brother. So we give thanks for all the signs and the symbols and the greatness. Yes, I bless the Lord. Chaplain?
Mugusa salam. Selah. Yes, I give thanks on this blessed day. This blessed rising, when our annual international convention of the Ethiopian World Federation is commencing this strong in South Africa. We pray for the moral tone that's been prevailing to keep our members so we can come together and uphold our great liberator and emancipator, to give us the strength to emancipate ourselves in accordance with the Mahel Safari prayer book given to His army, His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie I, the people's faith, and prayer of freedom. Haile Selassie I, King of Kings of Ethiopia, the people's faith, prayer of freedom. This book is published in the 10th month and 4th administrative year of His Imperial Majesty Kadamawi Haile Selassie, King of Kings of Ethiopia. Addis Ababa, 1936, Year of Mercy, June 13, 1936, 1333, 3000. 1. We Ethiopians believe Ethiopia is only created for us. 2. We believe that Emperor Kadamawi Haile Selassie is a king by the will of Ixibir, and his life is only for our own benefit. 3, we believe that he is our brain leader, and we will follow on the ways that he will direct us. 4, we believe that the safety of our country will be protected only if we obey. 5, we believe that if we serve, we can protect our unity. 6, we believe that there is no full and joyous life without our king's government. 7, we believe that there is a divine iron that carries freedom in our blood, which won't betray our unite to slavery. 8, we believe that if we are not willing to serve Ethiopia selfishly, then we will be confronted by the Ixibir of heroes on the day of freedom. 9, we believe that if we are willing to serve our country selfishly, then we will be crowned by history, which is the judge of the righteous and the wicked. 10, we believe that we don't want to see, hear, or do wrong in our current returned heaven country. A country without a king born from the people is blessed. A country with a king born from the people is blessed, respected, thriving with freedom. Among the greatest treasure that was given to the world is freedom. A country that has freedom is wealthy. Abacadus, Kedamawi, Haile Selassie, Siam Exhibia, Nugusa Salam, Lekulekemu, Malcolm Negatu, Abacadus Kedamawi, Haile Selassie, Siam Exhibia. Yi Nugus Negesitu Yedele, Meskele. Yi Ethiopia Koheb Negusi, Yi Negusi Kidus Rede, Amlakana, Hailina, Wasawana, Hasana, Sata Masagana, Amlakana, Hailina, Wasawana, Hasana, Sata Masagana. Amlakana Hailina, Wasawana, Hasana, Sata Amasagana, Amlakana Hailina, Wasawana, Hasana, Sata Amasagana, Amlakana Hailina, Wasawana, Hasana, Sata Amasagana. For we, the black people of the world, in order to effect unity, solidarity, liberty, freedom, and justice and self-determination. To secure justice and maintain the integrity of Ethiopia, which is our divine heritage, we do hereby gather and uphold and ordain this Constitution of the Ethiopian World Federation given to I by His Imperial Majesty as Commander-in-Chief of the Mahel Safari Army. Besame Ab, Rahel, Memphis Kudus, Haile Akal, Abba Kudus Kedamawi, Haile Selassie Siam, Exhibir Sila Melaket. Baruta Ab Red Memphis Kudus Adahu Exhibir Abakudus Kenmawi Ali Selassie Shiam Exhibir Ali Akel Sila Sila. Keep us and bless our correspondence this day. Sila. Give thanks, share.
Yes, I. Sila. Sila indeed. I just want to read Psalms 7:17. I will give thanks to the Lord because of his righteousness. I will sing praises of the name of the Lord Most High. Yes, sir. That's the verse for today. Considering the date 7/17. Yeah, we will get into this, with the topic of tonight. So, we'll talk about the praise of the Most High and the righteousness, what that really means, and what it stands for and what it replicates and what it gives life to. So, yes, yes, yes. So once again, keep up with us on Instagram. Keep an eye out. We have a wonderful event coming up in August. It is the Black August Festival in Soul City, North Carolina. We're going to have a great time. We are closing out the whole year of what we've been doing with Ourstory every Thursday night. And we're going to meet up at Black August. If you know what Black August is about, we're all about solidarity. We're all about unity. We're all about sovereignty. We're all about rights. We're all about standing up for ourselves, not because just only to defend, because that is just who we are. And ain't nothing wrong with who we are, despite people being afraid of it. There's nothing to be afraid of. There's something to be proud of. There's something that is a spirit that protects the people. When we talk about the spirit of Marcus Garvey, when we talk about the spirit of Nat Turner, when we talk about the different events that happen during August, it's a time of initiation, it's a time of rebirth, it's a time of freedom. And not the one that, some people talking about, them type of freedoms. No, the freedom to discipline ourselves, the freedom to have our customs, the freedom to ordain our ministers, the freedom to put together our courts, the freedom to take care of our children, freedom to register and have our nurses registered and have our holistic doctors be certified, to have our herb be put into a different type of standard. So we give thanks. And, like I said, look up for Black August. We'll be coming up with more and more details as to what are certain things we'll be having in there. It's going to be a special event. So at this moment, I would like to give the chair over to Minister Ras Lazarus, our Foreign Affairs Minister, and we'll be off on a good tangent. So we give thanks and praise. Bless the Lord. Negusa Sila.
Yes, I give thanks, give thanks. We will begin with the reading of a speech of His Majesty as we enter this discussion. In the mystic traditions of the different religions, we have a remarkable unity of spirit. Whatever religion they may profess, they are spiritual kinsmen. While the different religions in their historic forms bind us to limited groups and militant against the development of loyalty to the world community, the mystics have already stood for the fellowship of humanity in harmony with the spirit of the mystics of ages gone by. His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie. Selected speeches of His Imperial Majesty 1918 through 1967. In the mystic tradition, So today we begin our discussion in the mystic tradition. And you would say, why the mystic tradition? Let's speak spiritual science here. A messiah figure redeems the people to the knowledge of themselves. A messiah figure redeems the people to the knowledge of themselves. The as above, so below. The restoration, the resurrection of that ancient being that has so long slept in the coils of oppression, bound by generations of fears and placed on them, afraid to be who they've always been chosen to be. A messiah figure redeems the people to the knowledge of themselves. Now, in the acknowledgement of that, the progressive factor is the people now return to the remembrance of their divine heritage. So, in their divine heritage, they are restored to the ancient identity of their ancestors. Disseminate ancient Ethiopian knowledge, culture, mindset, overstanding. Disseminate an ancient Ethiopian. So the restoration of the minds of the beings, they start to channel their ancient ways. They have been listed in history, in the annals of ancient history, as the gods on earth. And when we begin through our studies of this illustrious history that our ancestors possessed, we have channeled and came to see where the Elohims, the El, the Anunnaki, coming out of a Canaanite tradition. And in the studies of that, we realize that the Canaanite tradition is a Cushite tradition. A Cushite Kush is associated in the traditions of biblical teachings as Ethiopia. So they're synonymous in statement. So this Kushite Ethiopian empire had rulers who fall into Greek and Roman mythologies and come into the annals of history as gods, divine, upright beings. So when we say the people fell into captivity, into a deep sleep, when they are called to the awaken, are they called to just pray for a Messiah or to recognize what the Messiah figure has restored unto them? So in the teachings under the organization Black Messiahs, we always had a traditional statement of explaining that you had to be a Messiah to yourself, a Messiah to your family, a Messiah to your community, then a Messiah to your whole region, to your nation, to your people, to the world. So, in the aspects of that, when we speak in those terminologies as multiplicit messiah aspects, everyone is recognized in their messiah aspect, their Heru, their divine nature, their Christ self. And so when we start that journey, a lot of times it's met with a division because of an unclarity of the oneness that it stands for, of the connections in all of the stories. So when we speak about temple building and so forth, we're accepting the restoration of our being. We're moving in the restoration of our being by restoring it to its original mind. We're the mind that sees the divine heritage. What is your divine heritage? What do you possess? What do you mean? So when we speak about a divine, we're speaking about that mystical aspect that has been hidden. Remember, mystery is no more than an interchangeable of verbs. The E and the O is my story. The only mystery is your story. When you overs your story, the whole divine picture is a clarity. In the mystical traditions of the different religions, we have a remarkable unity of spirit, of spirit. With that, we'll go ahead to here. I'm going to start with this symbolism again. And we're going to see this as a building block. You know how when you first went to school, they gave you the square, the triangle, and the circle, which is geometry. The geo meaning the earth, metrics of the earth. So these are building blocks of understanding the metrics in which we live, the measurements in which we live. So in most of the things you will always learn is geometry is a major component in the science as it relates with stars and particles and molecules. But there's that geometric reality, mathematics and everything. So here we start with the mathematics of the number 7. And we begin with one of our most ancient stories, Ra, later to become Amun-Ra, Kep-Ra. So Ra is always associated with the sun, with light. And so our ancestors associated us as Afu-Ra. Afu-Ra, the flesh of Ra. So why would they associate us as the flesh of Ra? The body, children of the sun. See, our ancestors were coming from an original state of mind. Not just any place, not through captivity and being beaten and then hoping there's a Lord because they done forgot if there's a divine reality. Please let there be a divine reality. Let us do these things hoping we see a divine reality. No, they didn't come from that. They came from a mind state where the divine reality was their living reality. Now, that's something you have to understand first before you can even try to go into the dimensions of the study of their mystical traditions. So you have to revert back to that ancient Ethiopian culture, that ancient Ethiopian mind, disseminated. So when we say Ra, the sun, we're speaking about light. And the number 7 is associated with light. The 7 spectrums of light. 7 spectrums of light. The 7. The Sheba. The Sahaba. The Sheba, Sahaba. Sabaka. Sabaka. So you have Ra, the sun, light. But what we find is that when we study the science, our ancestors weren't speaking from a religious hope. Because scientists today have conveyed that our genetical strands are made up of hydrogen. You are a body of hydrogen. You are a body of light. You possess a particle and a wave nature. You possess a particle and a wave nature. Light has 7 spectrums, and you have 7 spectrums. You have a spirit, which is if you look at the picture, you have a spirit, which is 7. You have a spiritual soul, which is 6. You have a mind, which is 5. You have an emotional body, which is 4. You have an astral body, which is 3. You have a life force, which is 2. And you have a physical body, which is 1. And if you remember this, we fall down, but we get up. And I saw the fall 7 times. An angel fell 7 times. And I saw an angel fall from heaven to earth. And I saw an angel fall from heaven to earth. So some say there's an angel called Lucifer, Satan, who fell from heaven to earth. Now, if you go into the Bible, you'll find out in the book of Isaiah, originally, the place where the Bible now puts Lucifer, it was not Lucifer. They were speaking about a Sumerian king whose empire fell. His name is quite similar to his imperial majesty, in fact. You know, but it was not Lucifer in the original story. That's something else that was written. Now, in the mystic traditions is where the terminology and the study of Lucifer becomes coherent in the biblical aspects. So now when you go to it, you have certain components that fall in a certain place that you have to really measure now. First thing is, when one people come in power, they always make the other people the evil one. You have to understand. Remember, everybody likes to quote when the lion tells his story, you know, because as long as the hunter's telling his story, it ain't the right story. So now, in going into the mystic tradition, we have to unlock certain things because these are things that bind us in a division, not in the wholeness of overstanding our oneness, but in a division. So how could a person who has what they say come into a certain consciousness, go into the church, hear the pastor, go into the mosque, hear the imam, go to the Hindu, go to the indigenous, go everywhere and still hear their story, still hear their overstanding of nature and all of these things? See, that's that mindset that is then able to break the barriers. That's the mindset that then will understand the strategical measures to formulate their people. Not that we've separated from other people, but to formulate our people back to our restoration. And then we're able to properly guide others into a reality. But we have to be overstanding our story and that the Messiah essence has come to redeem a people who have been rocked or have been stolen, who have been oppressed, and to redeem them back to their original place. So now when we look at this science of ourselves, spirit and science would represent neutron. Just look at the science. Neutron, because the neutron is neutral. The spirit, your soul. The soul is your first prototype of your being. So your soul would represent the proton. Your mind has the ability to elect, to choose the frequency, the higher frequency, the lower frequency. So the mind represents the electron. So now you have spirit, soul, mind, neutron, proton, electron, which represents atom. So it's masculine. So then the prayer would say, Our Father, speaking in the masculine pretense. Now, we'll get an understanding of that. So now we're talking about masculine and feminine aspects as well. But here we have spirit, soul, mind, neutron, proton, electron, which is atom. When we come down into our lower, we have emotions, no body. Emotions are up and down, they are wavy. So your emotions, your wave in your emotions represents water. That's why it's like the moon, and people say they get highly emotional. The tide, the current, they're up and down. They're lost in the ebb and flow of their energy motion. So they're the water, emotions is water. Astral is air, because that is when you float like air. When you're standing and you start having a daydream, when you're sitting in a chair and you start to have a daydream, when you're in a dream, you start to lift up and float. Your astral body is air. Your emotional body is water. So it makes you do what? Water falls back to earth. Air rises. So the astral projection is the emotional body. But the astral body can be enclosed in an emotional projective aura. But then you have your life force. Your life force, which is your breath and your blood. Your breath and your blood. So your life force represents the fire within your being, because you don't want nobody to blow all your breath out or blow all your blood out. Then you know your candle is out. So your life force represents your fire. So emotions is water, astral is air, life force is fire, fire, fire. And the physical body is earth. So you have matter. So we have above atom, below we have matter. But there is no matter without atom. So as above, so below. So even though we perceive this as a physical, material matter world, it is actually a spiritual world. It is actually a spiritual world. So we abide within the spiritual morals of nature, natural balance in creation. We know when we lose our balance and we fall to earth, consuming ourselves. So the light body, spirit, the atom, pure energy, atom is energy that can neither be destroyed nor created. So it is an eternal energy that makes up this world. And if it is an eternal energy that makes up the matter, the material world, then you are made up of eternal energy. You are the seven. You are the X and the Y. The X is a 4, the Y is a 3. You are the 7. You are the body of light. So you are the possessor of Elohim. Because in the original story, it said, let us make man in our image and likeness. The us in the Hebrew or the Bible scripture in that reference says Elohim, plural, not singular, Elohim. So Europeans were only able to interpret it based on a perception of their mindset to only be able to say us. And then when you go to church, they say, well, that meant Jesus was there and he was with the Father. But the term did not say that. It said Elohim. So, Pastor, you lying. So you just don't know what to say for the us. So you just tell the church that's the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit together. So now you have spoken opposite of what the thing says. It says Elohim. In the ancient text, Elohim had represented the seven Elohims, or what you call the seven archangels. The seven archangels. But as I always explain to you, in Latin, the translations come where we say angelos, angels. But when you go back to the ancient text, it says theos. So you get theology. What is theology? The study of God. So you get the seven spirits of God sent forth into all of creation. What's the seven spirits? Spirit, soul, mind, emotional body, astral body, life force, physical body. Seven frequencies, seven spectrums of light, seven vibrations. Elohim. So those who will hold this of the original measurements. What do you mean? Because people say Elohim is angels. It's angel. So before we go further into our study, let's get a little hit here to get a little something out of this, and we'll come right back in it. Hold on. Let's come right back in it. Get a little hit right here. And he measured the wall thereof, and 144 cubits according to the measure of a man, that is, of the angel. So the measurements of a man is the measurements of an angel, which is 144. 144. Now, in most aspects, most of you have been doing study and meditations and learning hertz and about the 144 hertz and learning about science and frequencies as well. And so when we look at this, some will just see this, but in actually the aspects 144 in Hebrew is the word that we just spoke about as spirit, soul, and mind. For spirit, soul, and mind represent neutron, proton, electron, the triune, the triangle, the higher self, the first self. So we said that was an atom. But in Hebrew, it's called Aleph, Daleth, Mem, which is 144, which is Adam. So it's 144. But 144 equals a certain number. 1 plus 4 equals 5 plus 4 equals 9. So we're in a 9 frequency. But The measurements of a man is the measurements of an angel, which is the measurements of the wall thereof. But this is the wall around Jerusalem. So Jerusalem is what? A perfect square. So when you look at the measurements of New Jerusalem, you'll catch what they're telling you. So it's 144. Remember that. Remember that. All right. So let's get deeper into what our topic goes into so we can break this science down. We had to touch that to open the minds to begin a process where we're dealing with that seven bodies. We're dealing with you are a body of light. You are children of Ra. You are the sun, children of the sun, children of the stars, Sirius, the Cyrus, Sirius star system, children. What was our ancestors building on? When we go through even that process, you get the seven star system of Ra, which has the belt of Orion in it, the seven stars. So the ancestors was dealing with this in many aspects that we have to learn to connect the dots by returning to our ancient Ethiopian culture, ancient Ethiopian mindset, the truth of the Kushite Ethiopian Empire. Yes, sir. So let's begin with our Ethiopian kings list. And as we always go through, the king's list begins with a tribe or posterity period of the Ori or the Aram tribal or customary or kingdom of the Kushite Ethiopian Empire. Ori, Aram. You go to the time, this is doubtlessly the sovereignty of the tribe of Ori or Aram. This is doubtlessly a list of the Amorite kings of the tribe of Aram, son of Shem, who ruled Cush before the arrival of the Hamites of the line of Cush. That is before the dispersion from the Shinar Tower. The Tower of Shinar, that's Babel. So you got to keep up with that. The Hamites treated them as Nephilims. So when the Cushites, Hamites came up, they treated the Aram as like Nephilims or giants. That is the demon-filled oppressors who were to be ousted out of the land. So now you have a story where in the sovereignty of the tribe of Cam, after the fall of Shinar, so Cam comes up and runs Aram, many of the Aramites out of the land. So we're getting into that Cushite, Camite. Then we have Aram, which falls into what they go to Shem, but it is Shem that is in the land of Cush. But this is one list. This is not a two list. This is one list. This is the Ethiopian Kings list provided by Haile Selassie in 1914. So now, when we go into this story, as we look at the tribe of Cam plus the 21 sovereigns of Ori or Aram, that creates the 46 sovereigns. So you got the Habasha, the Abyssinians. You go through this lineage. Now, this is the Ethiopian king list. You're able to track a history so far into many aspects of different people, different lands. Here we go. The first people who subsequently joined them were the Berber. So we always hear everybody talk about the Berber. The Berber also are descended from Thamila, son of Marib, son of Faran, son of Amir, son of Amlik, son of Lud, son of Sam, son of Shem, son of Noah. Every tribe that is derived from the Hamaj belongs to the Zing group, and every tribe that is derived from the Fung belong to the Nub or Nubian or Nuba group. The tribes of Arabs who are in the Sudan, other other than these are foreigners and have merely mixed with the tribes mentioned above and multiplied with them. Some of them have retained the characteristics of Arabs and the elements of Nub and Zing, that is, interpreted among them as adopted the Arab characteristics. And on the other hand, there have been some Arabs who have become fused with the Nub and Zing and adopted their characteristics, but in each case, they know their origin. The original home of Zing is the mountain inhabited by blacks on the equator and south of, and beyond them are no other people, and their country stretched from West Africa, Maghreb, to the neighboring of Abyssinia, and part of it is on the Nile of Egypt. The account describes the homogeneous ethnic composition of sub-equatorial Africa in AD 1680 and may be presumed to describe the situations in preceding centuries or so. The whole region was inhabited by Zing, that is the tribe of Sabata, son of Cush, which was the royal tribe of queens of Sheba. It was in that very period that the Balobidu, rain queens, are held to have originated in Zimbabwe, and from there spread with their people into South Africa, confirming the accuracy of the account of Muhammad Walid Dule or the Mudajadi Daji Mujaji, or reigning queen, is the hereditary queen of the Balobidu, a people of Limpopo, province of South Africa. The succession of the position of the reign queens is matrilineal, meaning the queen's eldest daughter is the heir and that the males are not entitled to inherit the throne at all. The reign queen is believed to have special powers, including ability to control the clouds and rainfall. And this goes down in Zimbabwe, it goes into Malawi, and so forth. We go a little further down. You see it goes the Arabian Sheba lineage, Ethiopia Sheba, all accords with the Ethiopian Cushites in antiquity. All right, here we go. The name Electron of the fifth king in the series may look like a Greek anomaly, but the word electron was believed in antiquity to be a secondary formation of the Greek divine name for elector, of the sun god. And many nowadays see in the later or Near Eastern title of the god El, the sun god of the Canaanites. For example, El Ketur would mean Ella or El arrayed with a corona, which would become elector in Greek and would appropriately apply secondarily to the substance we call amber, and the Greeks call electron. A similar Semitic forms underlines what appears to be the Greek name Ethiopus or Aethiopius, the dynasty third, kings fifth and ninth. The Greek is itself a representation of two Semitic words, Ethiop, Heb, Esh, fire, to be fiery, they say burned, and our face. So Ethiop means burnt face, which, is European translate. We'll get back to that. Likewise, in the case of the dynasty and the sovereignty of the third queens of the Cassiope, which is in Greek, Cassiopeia. Now remember this word, the the Kasi. The final element in this name, according to the traditional explanation, is as in the city named Joppa, from the Semitic Yop, be beautiful, and the first element is either a transcript of Semitic national name Kas and Cush, or the Semitic plant of Quassia, acacia. Remember the cassia plant. We're going to talk about that again. Both of which originated from the roots cut peels here. Electron, amber, closely follows Habis or Habish on the throne of Ethiopia, and Habis is the son of Put. Similarly, in Doforeto or Berosis, as earlier in the Bokasis genealogy, Ligur or Ligus, an Epinus of Amber tribe, is the son of Foot or Fation Ligur. Linky Corisson is the Electron Amber or ancestor of the Ligurians or the Ambrones, the Amber folks, in the environment of the Po or the Rhone. The myth of the pantheon is interpreted as followed by the implicit implications in the Delfratio. The pantheon is a biblical Put, son of Ham, the ancestors of the Ethiopians. As a result of the environmental catastrophe associated with inundation of Noah's time, the pantheon in the Atlantis tradition, the land of Africa, was subject to excess heat, and Foot or Pantheon's descendants, the Africans, became blackened. Okay, as a result, sections related areas, the kings of Ethiopia were identified with the sun god. Thus, the pantheon, king of Ethiopia, form of the sun god, was held to have moved out of his proper order, mishandled the chariot of the sun, and to have scorched the African black by the sun fiery heat. A similar explanation was given for a fire which burned over the regions around Po and Roon in the day when Put or the Pantheon migrated thither from north coast of Africa with his son Ligur. The Pantheon sisters, or the Hyades, or the Sun Maidens, were transferred into popular trees on the banks of Po, which wept amber tears from Pantheon, who had perished as he fell from heaven into the river. The disappearance of the Pantheon in the Po's waters was in the cosmic terms, a reference of extinguishing of the heat of the sun. The Pantheon in the waters of inundation and in the civil or historical terms, a reference of Foot Pantheon sailing out of sight forever down Po when he left Liguria and returned to Ethiopia. An account of Foot Pantheon's migration was further detailed on the nature of the fiery destruction, and the patriarch's reason for leaving Africa is found in the Tumaria. The Tumaria or the Ventus Germania illustrates Munich 1908, page 162. Borrowing from the medieval expansions, perhaps the Scholia or on the Del Frascio version, this account reads as follows. Also, the monstrous offspring of the giants were emboldened to commit every kind of weakness, bringing upon the wrath of heaven. 5 well-appointed cities were set on fire by celestial fire from the heavens, and it continued to burn in many regions from a considerable time. The poets call it the burning of the Pantheon. And on account of this, what is related now comes to pass. Ligurus, ruler of Thrace, the prince Sepilius and Mospus were forced into exile from Thrace and fled for refuge to the German Mars, the Tusico offsprings, and then implored his assistance among these events. Another consequence of the wrath of God, or sore famine, began to afflict the people. Now in Libya, Miriam, a woman of remarkable wisdom and boldness, being the daughter, as they claim, of Japhet Atlas or Marius, the granddaughter of Noah, gathered an army of females and a huge military force from the region of Spain and put to the sword those males who gave the greatest resistance. It was a force of 30,000 foot soldiers, and the 2,000 horse comprised females only, as Diodorus Siculus relates in his 4th book. Males, if they were granted reprieve, were forced to become their servants. With these forces, Marina self-confidently embarked on a campaign to take over the world. She stirred up war with the Harabas kings of Africa, a most bellicose prince, conquered him and reduced him to servitude, but placated by his gift and his submissive attitude permitted him to live. Thereafter, traveling across the whole of Africa and subduing it, she approached Egypt, Osiris, Mesmerine, and Horus's son of Isis went forth to meet her and gave her an official welcome and making peace with her. Next, she brought Arabia under the sway of her arms and crossed over Asia. She traversed the sea with a victorious army and assaulted Europe, subdued Epirus and Dalmatia and Illyrius, and threatened to advance on the kingdom of Germany. The Pantheon, son of Ham, fleeing the army of females, sailed from Africa with his son Ligur and settled down next to the river of Rhone. Ligur founded Liguria, which was the capital of Genoa, the 9th region in Italy. Here, the catastrophe in the days of the Pantheon is identified with the burning of 5 cities of the plains. So in Genesis, they call it Sodom, Gomorrah, Adam, Zia, and Zorah. Genesis 14. This is where you get the story of Melchizedek. By the fire from heaven. Similarly, sexual perversion practiced in these cities is said to have been characteristics of the giants, the Nephilims, the Anakites of the regions. Canaan is environs, and it is further implied that the sexual deviance of the Amazonian army of the Myrinian was another symptom of the moral Malaysia of the era, and that was impelled put the Panthian son of Ham to flee Rome's valley. Probably the geographic name had a more limited reference in the original Thrace or Tyre, Hebrew Tyre, Spain, Tubal, in Asia Minor, Libya, in the territory of Hith, Hercules, Libarus, and Levant. The Asia Minor in the vicinity of Egypt. Germany equals Gomer in Asia Minor. Epirus is Ophir, and Dalmatia is Almodad. That's where you get the Morocco, Illyricum, in the region of Jara, Ada, and the son of Esther, and Joktan on the historical Myrinian sense. Now, when we get to Joktan, very important, because they're talking about regions and they're talking about certain people fled in certain aspects and they returned. All right. So when we get to this Joktan dynasty at the end, is the Aksum dynasty of Joktan, the kingdoms. Now, Joktan begins with the name of Saba, Sheba. In this list of kings of posterity of the Joktan hurts back to the famous king. So they say Absham, that's a title of Saba. But that became a name later on in the Islamic world. So we'll talk about that later on as well. Saba, the same line who ruled Egypt shortly after the inundation. So now you see that this is Semket, the first dynasty of Egypt. So now this gives us a certain time period that we got to look at. So you could get this, all right, is this the right one? I'll try this first one. Nope.
In Mary Magdala, even the
Not yet,
French.
not yet. Oh, yeah. Semerket was the 6th of the 7 kings, depending on the source, of the first dynasty of Egypt, the 6th of the 7. He ruled during the early dynastic period around 2920. While the exact length of his reign is debated, sources suggest it relatively short, possibly. So let me go into more history for you. All right. Yes, I have to go to first to get it right. Okay. All right. King Simmerket ruled around 2920. His name can be translated as companion of the divine community, companion of the gods, or thoughtful friend. There are many versions of translating the old hieroglyph writing can be challenging. His birth name could be translated as Iri Detur, the divine guardian. It is written with the hieroglyphs of a man wearing a cloak who carries a stick. His personal name was Queba or Quebuhil. Detailed around his rule are scarce as it was with many early dynastic kings of Egypt. One theory is that he may have been usurped. This theory is based on the fact that he had erased King Adajib's name from the stone vessel and replaced him with his own. Furthermore, his name is not mentioned in the 19th dynasty Saqqara kings list, but both Anadajid and Aqua are there. Also, his tomb contained many artifacts from the tombs of Queen Marineth, Neth or Neith, and King Den or Dan, and no Saqqara tomb of high officials mention the king's name. This has raised suspicion because of the officials to the time carefully documented their service under the kings in their tomb. As their position was honored, they wanted the future generation to know about. Still, it was a way the kings of the time erased their predecessors' names and replaced them with their own. It could have also been that as his reign was most likely a short one, most of his officials outlived the king, hence the lack of the king's name in the official priest of the tombs. His father may have been Den or Dan, and his mother Queen Beatrice. The name of the Sekar offsprings are not known, but his succession Qua may have been his son. So I wanted to get to where Manthenos goes to. According to Manthino, he ruled for 18 years. The royal canon on the Turin tells of a 72-year rule, which is highly unlikely. Consensus seems to be that he ruled for about 8 years based on the inscription on the Cairo stone. There's a mention of him celebrating two Hebsebs in his tomb. There were signs of trade relations with Near East during Semaket's reign, vessel from the Levant. He combined Neber, two lady titles, with the title of King of Upper and Lower Egypt, Eri Nebet, the guardian of the two ladies. This is a theory that his connection to the goddess would signify he had a religious role before he usurped the crown, but there is no actual evidence supporting this claim. Now, and many of the scholars, they go through when they are tied with the ancient Kush and the Kemetic lineage, there's been a lot of destructive factors trying not to link that, especially that this name was also written in the Ethiopian Kings list. There's been great detail to put that. Semaket's tomb is situated in Abydos, Tomb U, first excavated by William C. Matthews Petrie in 1899. He had no tomb in Saqqara, though his predecessors built tombs there. The outer measurements of his tomb is 29 by 31 meters, and thus it is larger than those of his predecessors. There were no stairs leading to the tomb, but a 4-millimeter wide ramp leading straight to the main chamber. The ramp begins 10 meters outside the tomb. When excavated, it was covered with aramic oil and still gave scent, 3 feet deep, according to Petrie. Besides the ramp were objects from the Ramsey side era, baskets and jars. Maybe the tomb was open and restored during that time. The site was connected with Osiris in the Ramsey side times. King Dejur tomb was thought to be the burial place of Osiris's head. Now, I went deep into that because I wanted to get to this Ramsey side and the Osiris side. So we go to the next stage with that, and we're getting to the Olmec, the Mayans. We're going to come into this. So we begin with clarifying again a very important aspect as we go further into this, is that when we speak on the Kushite Ethiopian Empire, we want you at this time now to see that that Kushite Ethiopian Empire is Melchizedek. Melchizedek. The kingly priestly order, a royal priesthood, a kingly priestly order, a royal priesthood. So in this document, it speaks on the finding of what is called the Dejan Shua. The Dejan Shua, an ancient Ethiopian manuscript in Ge'ez discovered by Miri Rasaman Bele in the ruins of an Ethiopian church in Nubia. Nubia. So it's clearly telling you that Ethiopia was part of what anybody would call today Nubia, the Sudan, a part of the Ethiopian Empire. So the ancient Ethiopian Empire stretched forth into many places. But why? So as we look at this ancient Ethiopian manuscript, it tells us the story of Melchizedek, king of Salem, the high priest of the God on earth, founder of Jerusalem, to whom even Abraham and other kings bowed and paid tithes to receive his blessings. His blessings. Now, here, that word would be El Elyon, the God of the heavens and the earth, as above, so below. The God of the heavens and the earth. Now, in this scroll, about 2,000 years before a Jesus Christ, God ordered Melchizedek to send his son Ethel. Remember we said we was going to talk about that name, Ethiopia. Send his son Ethel. Now, Ethel has also been associated in the Canaanite area as the god El, which was a king in the Canaanite times. Ethel, who was named as Ethiop later on by God to go and settle in Ethiopia at the islands of Lake Tana, the source of the River Nile. River Nile, the source. God sent Ethel, meaning gift of God, to Ethiopia so that when God, or as the Christian writer says, Jesus Christ, is born as a human being 2,000 years later, the descendants of Ethel would bring him to Bethlehem. Ethiopian gifts such as yellow gold, myrrh, incense, all these come from Ethiopia, led by a star which would appear in Ethiopia to lead them to Bethlehem. Accordingly, Ethel went to Ethiopia, settled in what today is known as the Gojam. God changed his name Ethel to Ethiop, meaning gift of yellow gold to God. Thus, not only Ethel became Ethiop, but the land in which he settled also started to be called Ethiopia. So here we got the word Ethiopia with Ethiop and with Ethel, and we even could go further back than that. Lo and behold, 2,000 years later, the descendants of Ethel, Ethiop, Melchizedek's son, became 12 kings. And in the then Ethiopian Empire. So the family of Melchizedek becomes 12 kingdoms in the Ethiopian Empire. This is very important for us. This is so very important for us. So we're going to go a little further down. We always like to touch on that one of the grandsons, sons of Ethiop, Balaam, is the one who gave the prophecy of a star. He prophesies, they say, the birth of Jesus, but as a star, not as a Jesus, but he prophesied star knowledge. But when we go through this text, we track the lineages of this bloodline. And this gives us a little brief statement here. The aroma didn't come from Asia or Madagascar, as Aleke, Teya, and others ill-informed historians suggest. Later, each tribe split and spread all over the breadth of the length of Ethiopia, even the rest of Africa, to seek out their fortune. In the meantime, they developed different languages and culture. The Aroma became pastoralists. The Amara specialized in warfare and administration. For example, when Axumite was a little boy, he was crowned as Pharaoh of Egypt by the name Ramses. It was Amara who accompanied him all the way from Ethiopia to Egypt about 2,850 years ago to protect his throne. And around about 350,000 Amaras went with him to Egypt. Some of them returned to Ethiopia only after 1,850 years of stay in Egypt, accompanied King Lalibela to Ethiopia after his return from exile in Jerusalem. They built together with the local Agu people the rock-hewn churches of Lalibela. Later, when Axumite founded the city of Axum, he became emperor of Ethiopia. He gave his daughter Ribla in marriage to King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon, today's Iraq. It was the Amara soldiers again who accompanied Ribla to Iraq. She found a city after her name. The Amara found a city called Amara in Iraq after their own name. The city of Amara exists today in Iraq. It is captured by the Shiite Muslims about a year ago. So now we are seeing another detailed history, and it takes us into a Ramsey period 2,850 years ago. We're just reading about Simaket coming into the Ramsey period about 2,850 years. Okay, let's go a little further into this. And then we're going to look at this video real quick. It's going to give us the step in, and we're going to get a little quicker step. Get a little quicker step. So as we always like to read out, the Greco-Roman writers made it clear that there were two Kushite empires, one in Asia and the other group in the area we call Sudan. That's Nubia, Sudan, where the church was at with the scroll. The Greek writer Homer alludes to the two Kushite empires when he wrote a race divided whom the sloping rays and the rising and the setting sun surveys. He had to put the sun in. But we just read earlier about Cam and Aram on the Ethiopian kings list. That one, they started treating them like Nephilims, fallen ones. So they had dealt with the fallen ones, and they ousted them out of the land. But now we got to rightfully understand this as our people and the royal birthrights, but the battle amongst kinsmen before European even gets involved on it. So again, we always point out that when we speak of the Cushite, well, it goes on and says the traveler historian Herodotus claimed that he derived this information from the Egyptians. The Cushites were also called Ethiopians. And then they go back to trying to say the term Ethiop, burnt off a face. As a result, Ethiopian means the burnt face. Herodotus and Homer describe these Ethiopians as the most just of men, the favorites of the gods. The classical literature makes it clear that the region from Egypt to India was called by the name Ethiopia. Let me say that again. The classical literature makes it clear that the region from Egypt to India was called by the name Ethiopia. And we just read that Ethiopia, Melchizedek, and we talked about 12 kingdoms throughout the empire of Ethiopia. But let's get some more details. Cushites ruling in Asia and Africa. Some ancient scholars noted that the first rulers of Elam, very important, were of Cushite origin. According to Strabo, the first Elamite colony at Susa was founded by Tanithus, a king of Cush. It is claimed that Susa was founded by Tanithus, Mimin's father, and his citadel bore the name Memnon. The Susanians are also called Cassians. Remember, we talking about that word now. Acilius called Memnon's mother Cicius. The Elamites language is closely related to the Dravidian language. There is a genetic linguistics and archaeological evidence pointing to the African origin of the Dravidian speakers in India. So I'm going to go over here to the next side. We're going to read on down. Controversy surrounds the origin of Dravidian language. There is an abundant evidence that the Dravidians' language are genetically related to Niger-Congo group. The Proto-Dravidian speakers probably migrated across Arabia to reach India. So we know about Arabia because we just read about it. The first civilization in Arabia was Tihama culture. The Tihama civilization probably originated in Nubia, Nub again. The Armenians made it clear that the ancients called Persia, Media, Elam, Array, and the entire area between the Tigris and the Indus River, Kush. Bardo's writings said the Book of Laws of Countries in the 2nd century that the Bactrians, who were called Quashani or Kushani, the Armenians called the earlier Parthians Kushan, acknowledged their connections with them. Homer, Herodotus, and the Roman scholar Strabo called southern Persia, Ethiopia. The Greek and Romans called the country east of Kerma Kusan or Kushan. The Kushites were associated with a sea group people of Nubia and the Kerma civilization. The Kushites practiced an agro-pastoral economy, and they made a characteristic red and black pottery that they spread from Nubia to China. Archaeologists agree that the black and red ware BRW Indus, unearthed on many South India sites, are related to Dravidian-speaking people. The black red ware style has been found on the lower levels of the Madarari, the Tarukapuri, made it clear that the South Indian BRW was related to the Nubians, were dating to the Kerma dynasty. Singh made it clear that the beliefs that the black and red ware radiated from Nubia through Mesopotamia and Iran. The legacy of the Kushites in Asia is evident in the use of their ethnomy and a place name characterized by the name Kush. The Kushites, when they migrated from Middle Africa to Asia, continued to call themselves Kushites. Now, here we go. This is most evident in place name and names of gods, the Kassites. Remember that word? The Kassites, chief rulers of the Iranian, occupied the central part of the Zagros. The Kassite god was called Kashu, Shu, remember Esu, Ishu, Oshu, Kashu, which was also the name of the people, the Kash, or Kush. The name element is found in India. For example, the Kishkinthai was the name applied to the ancient Dravidian kingdom in South India. Let's not forget the kings of Sumer, Mesopotamia, Sumer, were often referred to as the kings of Kush. The major Kushite tribe in Central Asia was called Kushan. The Kushans of China were the Tayuti and the Great Lunar Race. Also, the Salt Swamp. There were a state called the Kushi of Tibet, and the city of Kasan was situated directly of the Kushan, which was located in the western part of the Gansu province of China. And they always tell you about all of the pyramids that are in China that they never like to let you see. Now, this genetical R1M173, we just traced it throughout all of that. Let's do this. touch this. Just pull this up real quick. Both haplogroups are found in Africa but absent in the Siberia. They have varying frequencies. So we're still talking about what we just read on in Africa, which is the Kushite haplogroup R1M173. Now you find this same R1713, African origins of Native American R1M173. Clive went and breaks it down. He tells you about the history, documents that this African genetic, which also goes to the Bantu all throughout everywhere, they find it right here in the Americas. It is right here in the Americas. The ancient Kushites colonized Mesopotamia. As a result, find many of the Eurasians, ethnos of Anatolia, Mesopotamia, that indicated a Kushite presence, including the Kahas, kings of the Kish of Kush. The archaeological evidence fails to support those conclusions. Well, hold up, let me go back so you can understand what he's saying. The archaeogenetic evidence fails to support this conclusion. The genetics, chronometrics, and archaeological evidence all support an African rather than a Southwest Asian or Central European origin for R1. So that's the R1M170. The skeletons associated with the civilizations of Mesopotamia are sub-Saharan Africans. The haplo R1B1B2 was probably taken to Europe by African Roman soldiers. Africans were the first recorded in Western Europe 1,800 years ago as Roman soldiers defended the Hadrian Wall. There was a skeleton African Roman soldier recently found in Britain. Other Africans were found in Britain, including the rich African women called the Bang-led lady. Hold on, get you all the way. So they goes through the questionnaire. Much of what is now Georgia was the stronghold of Black Native Americans. These Blacks lived predominantly from the Smoky Mountains in North Carolina southward as far as St. Augustine, Florida. And the vast majority of the native Black Americans lived in California along the eastern seaboard. In the northern Americas, they belonged to many confederations, including the Muskegeans, the Algonquin. Some of their tribal names included Choctaw, Tuscarora, Sequolan, Tamakra, Natikok, Kashita, and Yamasee, to name a few. The Black Native American tribes mainly belong to the Muskegean and the Algonquin. Algonquin meant certain languages, we'll get to that. Due to the intimate relation between the Black Native Americans and the Mongolian tribes, the Black Native Americans given high frequencies of haplo R1 in Africa probably introduced this haplo to the Native Americans, not Europeans. This view is supported by the high frequency of R1M173 among the Africans and Native Americans in North America. One of the largest Black Native American tribes were the Yamasee. We know much about the tribe because the many wars they fought against the British and Americans. The Yamasee was a tribe of Black Native Americans who originally lived in Florida, southeastern Georgia, until they were forced to migrate north into South Carolina by the Spanish in the 16th century. The Yamasees were part of the Muskegean Confederacy. This was a confederacy of Mongoloid and Black Native Americans. The Black Native Americans lived a valuable farmland during the colonial period. Now, I'm going to take you to a very limited known book. And I want you to remember how we started in the spiritual science, but I don't know how many of you have ever seen this book. How many people have ever heard of this book here?
I haven't. I've never heard of it, Ross.
All right. This book was written by a former United States president, Elias Bowdoin. Very important. It's called Star in the West. So I want you to understand why we're going through this, because I want you, I'm trying to get us to understand the vastness of a science and a history that we have spread. And I'm giving a platform now to discuss how many people have took on the American indigenous aspect and disassociated themselves from the roots. But I want you to get a clarity on what was here in a certain time. So this is a president, a former president of the United States. He's writing what he sees here. A star in the West, a humble attempt to discover the long lost 10 tribes of Israel, preparatory to their return to their beloved city, Jerusalem. Elias Bodan, who is wise, and he shall understand these things, prudent, and he shall know them. For all the ways of the Lord are right and just, shall walk in them, but the transgressors shall fall therein. Hosea. And the Lord answered me and said, write the vision, make it plain upon a writing table, that he may run who readeth, and for the vision is yet for an appointed time, but at the end it shall speak and not lie. Though it tarry, wait for it, because it will surely come. It will not tarry. So now, get into this book. I'm gonna just try to scroll along so you can get some things. This is the text, so you can see. But an inquiry into the question, a part of the globe is most likely that these descendants of Israel may be now found, arising from late discoveries and facts that have not come to knowledge of the civilized world to later years. An inquiry into the language of the American Indians. The Indian traditions are received by the nations, their general characters, established customs and habits, the known religious rites and ceremonies of the Indians, their public worship and religious opinion on miscellaneous facts omitted, the testimony of those who had an opportunity of judging from the appearance and contact of the Indians at the first discovery of America, as well as some who have seen them since in a state of nature. The Indians have a system of morality among them that is very striking. They have teachers to instruct them in it, of which they have thought very highly till the late years. They begin to doubt its efficacy, separation of Indian women. So the story here goes to describe that he's looking at the traditions of the indigenous peoples of America. And he's saying, found the lost 10 tribes. A very bright and portentous star having arisen in the east, making glad the hearts of God's people, and urging the friends of Zion to unusual and almost miraculous exertions in spreading the glad tidings of salvation among the distant nations of the earth. The compiler of the following sheets, animated by the blessed Eastern perspectives, can no longer withhold the small discovery that has been made of a rising star in the West. Now, you know, we spoke about Balaam, Melchizedek's grandson, giving a prophecy of a star, which became the prophecy which they say of Jesus. Having been made of a rising star in the West from the knowledge of those who are zealous and anxious to behold the returning Messiah coming in his own glory and the glory of the Father, attended by all the saints, which star may be in the issue turned out to be the star of Jacob and become a guide to the long-suffering, despised descendants of the eminent patriarch to find the once humble babe of Bethlehem, as the wise men of the East were of old directed in their distant course to discover the stable and the manger and the great object of their adoration, joy, and hope, even him who was born of the King of the Jews. For more than 2 centuries have the aborigines of America engaged in their various contempts of those who are commonly called enlightened nations of the old world. These natives of the wilderness have been always considered by them as savages and barbarians, and therefore have given them little concern, further than to defraud them of their lands and drive them from the fertile countries on the seashores, engaged them in their wars, indeed destroyed them by thousands with ardent spirits, fatal disorder unknown to them before. But these enlightened nations have seldom troubled themselves to inquire into their origins, their real circumstances, or their future hopes. Great pains have been taken by traders and others to promote among them every European vice, which has been enforced both by precept and example. Some exertions indeed have been made of late years by private societies and individuals to counteract with these Christian practices by endeavoring to teach them the things that belong to their everlasting peace. But this was not attempted till they were disgusted and soured with the general character and conduct of white men, by which they concluded that no one bearing their name or appearance could be actuated by any other principles than those of misleading, deceiving, and betraying them for the sake of their land and piltry. Wherever honest and upright intentions have prevailed to convince their judgments and engage their confidence, though these have comparatively been few and feeble, they have generally succeeded notwithstanding the opposition. They often met with from those who from the worst motives have thought themselves greatly benefited by their ignorance, humiliation, and misery, and who feared that by their reformation these opposers might be despoiled of their unjust gains. Blessed be God that there is yet hope, that the day of their visitation is near, and that the day star from on high begins to appear, giving joyful hope that the Son of righteousness, the Son, S-U-N, of righteousness, will soon arise upon them with healing under his wing. The sun and the wings, very important symbol. There's possibility that these unhappy children of misfortune may yet be proved to be the descendants of Jacob and the long lost tribes of Israel, as if so, that though cast off from their heinous transgressions, they have not been altogether forsaken, and will hereafter appear to have been in all their dispersion and wandering the subjects of God's divine protection and gracious care. The following pages are an humble attempt to investigate this important subject, which has been the object of writers' attention for a long time. If he has cast but a mite into the common treasury, he hopes it will not be despised. If it shall lead abler hands and wiser heads to engage as laborers in the master's vineyard, though it should be at the 11th hour, he will rejoice so that God alone may at last receive all the glory. He claims no merit in his labor, but that of integrity and attention and industry in searching after the truth and preserving the facts which have come to his knowledge, that others may have all aid he can afford them in further pursuits of this interesting investigation. Yet, though he is not entitled to any credit but a register of facts, yet he has been much gratified since the completion of this work. The Foblin publication has taken out of an analytic magazine from February last. It was written so much in style and on the same principles of the following compilation that the writer of it could not withstand the advantage that might be derived from inserting a copy of the publication in this letter. So this is in the preface of bringing it to the fore. Indeed, it is an extraordinary fact that all the wars in this country between English, French, Spaniards, and Americans, everyone in their turn have uninformedly exerted every nerve to engage the Indian to take part with them and to fight in their own way on their side. And those who make the greatest cry against their barbarian and their barbarity, their barbarity and inhumanity in carrying on the war are the most forward to furnish them with tomahawks, scalping knives, muskets, powder ball, and to crease their detestable mode of warfare. Nay, they have employed every mean in their power by ram feasts, guests, and every provocative to rouse their unbridled passion, increase their thirst for blood, and force them on to the destruction of their fellow men. They have forgotten the conclusive adage of Quae fac per alilium per say, must not such a people be answerable to the great judgment of all the earth for this conduct? I shall not further detain the reader, but give him the publication in the writer's own word. Traits of Indian characters. In the present times, when popular feelings is gradually becoming hard by war and selfish by frequent jeopardy of life and property, it is certainly an inspacious moment to speak in behalf of a race of beings whose very existence has been pronounced detrimental to public security. Still today, we are a threat to national security. But it is good at all times to raise the voice of truth, however feeble, to endeavor, if possible, to mitigate the fury of passions and prejudice, and to turn aside the bloody hand of violence. Little interest, however, can probably be awakened at the present in favor of the misguided tribes of Indians that have been drawn into the present war. The rights of the savage has seldom been deeply appreciated by the white men. In peace, he is duped. He is the dupe of mercenary rapacity. In war, he is regarded as a ferocious animal whose death is a question of mere precaution and convenience. Man is cruelly wasteful of life when his own safety is endangered and he is sheltered by an impunity and little mercy is to be expected from him who feels the sting of the reptile and is conscious of the power to destroy. He has been the lot of the unfortunate aborigines of this country to be doubly wronged by the white men, first driven from their native soil by the sword of the invader, and then darkly slandered by the pen of the historian. The former has treated them like beasts of the forest. Later has written volumes to justify him in his outrage. The former found it easy to exterminate than to civilize, the later to abuse than to discriminate. The hideous and appellations of savage and pagans were sufficiently to sanction the deadly hostility of both. And the poor wanderers of the forest were persecuted and dishonored, not because they were guilty, but because they were ignorant. The same prejudice seems to exist in common circulation at the present day. We form our opinions of the Indian's character from the miserable hordes that infest our frontiers. These, however, are degenerated beings enfeebled by vices of society without being benefited by its arts of living, the independence of thought and action, the main pillar of their character has been completely prostrated and the whole moral fabric lies in ruin. Their spirits are debased by conscious inferiority and their native courage completely daunted by superior knowledge and power of their enlightened neighbors. Society has advanced upon them like a many-headed monster, breathing every variety of misery. Before it went forth pestilence, famine, and sword, and in its train came the slow but exterminating curse of trade. What the former did not sweep away, the later has gradually blighted. It has increased their wants without increasing the means of gratification. It has innervated their strength, multiplied their diseases, blasted the powers of their minds, and superinduced on their original barbarity the low vices of civilization. So he's speaking that these white men came in and they corrupted a righteous people. Poverty, repining, and hopeless poverty and canker of the mind unknown to a salvant life, cords of their very hearts, they lorded like vagrants through the settlements among spacious abacious, repleted with artificial comfort, which only rendered them sensible of comparative wretchedness of their own condition. Luxury spread its ample board before their eyes, and they are expelled from the banquet. The forest which once furnished them with ample means of substance has been leveled to the ground. Waving field of grains have sprung up in the place, but they have no participation in the harvest. Plenty revels around them, but they are starving amidst the stores. The whole wilderness blossoms like a garden, but they feel like reptiles that feel like the reptiles that infested. How different was their ease, while yet the undisputed lords of the soil. Their wants were few and means of gratifying them within this reach. They saw everyone around them sharing the same lot, enduring the same hardship, living the same cabins, feeding on the same ailments, arrayed in the same rude garment. No roof then rose but what was open to the houseless stranger. No smoke curled among the trees, but he was welcome to sit down by his fire and join the hunter in his repast. But says an old historian of New England, their life is so void of care and they are so loving also that they make use of those things they enjoy as common good and are therein so compassionate that rather than one should starve through want, they would starve all. Thus do they pass their time merely not regarding a pomp, but are better content with their own, which some men esteem so meanly of. Such were the Indians while in the pride and energy of the primitive simplicity. They resembled those wild plants that thrive best in the shades of the forest, but which shrank when the hands of cultivation and perish beneath the influence of the sun. In general mode of estimating, the savage characters may perceive a vast degree of vulgar prejudice and passionate exaggerations without any temperate discussion of true philosophy. No allowance is made from the difference of circumstances in the operation of principles under which they have been educated. Virtue and vice, though radically the same, yet differed widely in their influence on human conduct. According to the habits and maxims of society in which the individual is reared, no being acts more rigidly from rule than the Indian. His whole conduct is regulated according to some general maxims early implanted in his mind. The moral laws that govern him, to be sure, are but few, but then he conforms to them all. The white man abounds in laws of religion, morals, and manners, but how many does he violate? So even though they had seemed to have been simplistic, they had a high moral standard, but here was the white man with all of these laws, so-called civilization, but he violates every aspect of it. A common cause of accusation against the Indian is the faithlessness of their friendship and their sudden provocation to hostility. But we do not make allowance for their peculiar modes of thinking and feeling and the principles by which they are governed. Besides, the friendship of the whites towards the poor Indians was ever cold, distrustful, and oppressive and insulting. In the intercourse with our frontierers, they are seldom treated with confidence and are frequently subject to injury and encroachment. The the solitary savage feels silently, but acutely. His sensibilities are not diffused over so wide a surface as those of the white man, but they run in steadier and deeper channels. His pride, his affectionates, his superstitions, and all directed towards fewer objects, but the wounds inflicted on them are proportionately severe and furnish motives of hostility which cannot sufficiently appreciate, which we cannot sufficiently appreciate. White men cannot sufficiently appreciate it. Where a community is also limited in number and forms, as in an Indian tribe, one great patriarchal family, the injury of the individual is the injury of the whole. And as their body polite is small, the sentiment of the vengeance is almost instantaneously diffused. Once council fire is sufficient to decide the measure, eloquence and superstition combine to inflame their minds. The orator awakens all their marital adorers, and they are wrought up to a kind of religious desperation. But the visions of the prophet and the dreamer, An instance of one of these sudden exasperations arising from a motive peculiar to the Indian character is an extent in the old record of early settlements of Massachusetts. The planners of the Plymouth had defaced the monuments of the dead at the Pascalnesius and had plundered a grave of the Sachem, mothers of some skins which it had piously decorated. Everyone knows the hallowed reverence which the Indians entertain for the sepulchres of their kindred. Even now, tribes have passed generations exiled from the abodes of their ancestors when by chance they have been traveling on some mission to our seat of government and have been known to turn aside from the highway for many miles in distance, guided by the wonderful, accurate traditions, have sought some tumulus buried perhaps in the woods where the bones of their tribes were anciently deposited, and there have passed some time in silent lamentations over the ashes of their forefathers. Influenced by this sublime and healy feelings, the Sachems, whose mother tombs had been violated, a moment of indignation gathered his men together and addressed them in a following beautifully simple and pathetic barrage or honorage, which was remained unquoted for nearly 200 years, a pure specimen of Indian eloquence and an affecting monument of filial piety in a savage. When last the glorious light of all the sky was underneath this globe and birds grew silent, I began to settle as my custom is, to take repose. Before my eyes were fast closed, methought I saw a vision at which my spirit was much troubled and trembling at the doleful sight. A spirit cried aloud, "Behold, my son, who I have cherished. See the breast and the grave be sunk, in the hands, the laps, the warms, and fed thee. Cast not Cast thou forget to take revenge of those wild people who have defaced my monument in despiteful manner and disdained our antiquities and honorable customs. See now the Sachem or the Sechem grace lies like the common people defaced by the ignoble race. Thy mother does complain and implores thy aid against the thievish people who have newly intruded in our lands. If this be suffered, I shall not rest quiet in my everlasting habitation. This said, the spirit vanished, and I, and all in a sweat, not able scarcely to speak, began to get some strength and recollect my spirit that were fled and determined to demand your counsel and solicit your assistance. So a vision came to fight, stand up. I'm going to go a little further in the book and kind of close out on this and go to the video. So, his desire was to meet with native Indians who had never seen a white man, that he might satisfy his curiosity by knowing from the best source what traditions the Indians yet preserved relative to their own history and origin. This these gentlemen accomplished with great danger and risk and fatigue. On their return, one of them related to the writer the information they had obtained, what they saw and what they heard. This raised in the writer's mind such an idea of some form of connection between these aborigines of our land and the Jewish nation as greatly to increase a desire for further information on so interesting and curious a subject. Soon after reading the 13th chapter of the second apocryphal book of Esdras, supposed to have been written about the year 100 of the Christian era, his ardor to know more of and to seek further into the circumstances of these lost tribes was in no wise diminished. He has not ceased since to improve every opportunity afforded him by personal interviews with Indians, reading the best histories relating to them, and carefully examining our public agents' residence among them as to the facts reported in several histories without letting them know his objective, so as not only to gratify his curiosity, but obtaining all the knowledge relating to them in his power, but also to guard against misrepresentation as to any account he might there have thereafter be attempted to give of them. He designed that present is, if by the blessing of the Almighty God his life, now far advanced, should be spared a little longer to give some brief sketches of what he has learned in this important inquiry, less facts he has collected should be curiously entirely lost, uh, entirely lost, as he feels himself culpable for putting off his business to so advance the period of his life as to leave him by small hopes of accomplishment of intentions. So, not to go too much further, but this president, Elias Buddha, goes through extensive studies, and to him, he has found the star in the West. He has found a star in the West. Indeed, the delays the writer himself has made in this business under full conviction of necessity, it is pretty good evidence of the tendency of human heart to avoid active usefulness. It is well known to all historians and readers of the Old Testament that God brought this nation of Jews from the land of Egypt in a miraculous manner, with many signs and wonders through a barren and desolate wilderness in the space of 40 years. That he went before them in a pillar of cloud by fire of day, that he gave them laws written by the finger of God, that he became their political king and governor by express personal consent in that mutual compact in a different sense from that in which he stood to the rest of mankind, by which they were put under a complete theocracy. This continued till Shiloh came, according to the prophetic declaration, when the government of the universal church of both the Jews and Gentiles descended upon him. It may be said that the Jews were long governed by judges and kings after their possession of Canaan, but those were not of their appointment, but of the appointment of God unto him as his substitutes or vicegerents. Blessed be the Lord thy God, who delighted in thee and set thee on his throne to be king for the Lord thy God. Samuel, book of Samuel 8, verse 7. And the Lord said chapter 1, verse 7. Um, 8 and verse 7. And the Lord said unto Samuel, hearken unto the voice of the people and all that they say unto thee, for they have not rejected thee, but they have rejected me, that I should not reign over them. And now you think to withstand the kingdom of the Lord in the lands of the son of David. By driving out the Canaanites, you talk about David in there. I was trying to get to where he goes back to the statement. Hold on. I can't. Oh man. Okay, here it is. Uh, here are they are described as passive. Well, I'm gonna go up one more. And I will make all my mountains a way, and my highways shall be exalted. Behold, these shall come from afar, and lo, these from the north and from the west, and these from the lands of Sinean. Isaiah. Here again, they are described as passing mountains from afar, a great distance, and that from the north and the west or the northwest, and others are to come from the land of Sinean or the eastern country. Moreover, thou son of man, take thee a stick and write upon it for Judah, for the children of Israel, his companion, and then another stick and write upon it Joseph, the stick of Ephraim, and for all of the house of Israel, his companions. So now these two sticks is very important for you and me who have went through the studies where we take the Moses story and we track it through the osmosis and we track it back into where we show you that Joshua is the tribe of Ephraim and Joshua goes to Joseph. Joseph's sons is the Ephraimites, the blessings. So now you come to the two sticks, the stick of Joseph, the stick of Ephraim, and the stick of Judah. And it appears by this chapter that there are some few Israelites still with Judah, but are again to become one people at a future day. It also appears that the body of the house of Israel are remote from Judah and are to be brought from distant countries to Jerusalem when they are to become one nation again. When they are to become one nation again. So now this is where we are at and studying as the mystics showed there was certain connections. And this is where we talk about those codes, the Joseph keys and so forth. All right. So let me go to the next stage. So I guess we'll start with this one first. It's a short one. Then we'll come back to the next one.
West African calabash calendars. Mandi calendrics are the result of a combination of climatic, social, and astronomical factors. The moon, seasons, and stars are used
What
for
you see
reckoning
here is
time.
also considered
The
the
major
seven star
star studied by the
things
Mandi
of
is
Ra.
Sirius.
If you see the two at the
Mats
top,
play an
three goes
important
across the
role in
middle,
Mandi
two at the bottom
calculations.
in
The
Egypt.
mat and mat motifs play an important role in Mayan society as well. If you look at this calabash, you will notice that in the center of the calabash we have a figure that resembles the Kanaga sign. It also very interesting that this Kanaga sign also includes a mat constituting the central design in the figure. The characters on this calabash are explained by Mandi cosmology. We see the following characters on this calabash almanac. Number one, we see a lizard pointing out the four directions north, south, east, and west, plus the mat in the center of the four directions. These lizard figures probably represent the world. Antelope, we see seven circles of the Pleiades, a butterfly, a bow, double sword, grain, a tree, people representing humanity, and the headrest denoting royalty in African societies, crescent moon and star, heart or ace of club figure, the rabbit hare figure, the crocodile and snake, the crane, and the calabash or bold. These figures on the calabash are ritual emblems associated with Malinki Bambara. The Malinki Bambara recognize the Ceres system in their cosmology. In relation to the lizard and facing upward, we see the calabash or bowl on the right-hand side. This calabash may represent the waterfowl of Pharaoh, the leading god of the Bambara. On the left-hand side of this lizard, we see the 7 circles, which are believed to have represented the 7 stars of the Pleiades. Among the Malinki Bambara and other West African people, the Pleiades was a marker of the growing season. The second lizard is facing left. Above the right arm, we see the 7 stars of the Pleiades. Below the right arm, we see the double sword, which may represent Orion's sword. Orion's sword is that region of the sky below Orion's belt that includes the Orion Nebula. It is interesting in relation to the Pleiades and the sword of Orion, we see the rabbit hare. This is most interesting because Orion was said to be the hunter of the hare or rabbit. The antelope is believed to have taught human beings to farm. It relates to the Malinki Bambara tradition that a half man, half antelope introduced agriculture to mankind. The crane is also represented to Malinki Bambara tradition. Among the Bambara, the crested crane is credited with the birth of speech. The adult figure on the calabash and the headrest make it clear that this figure represents a lord or dignitary. Finally, the heart-shaped or ace of clubs figure probably represents the Flani Da. The Flani Da symbolizes the one creator. This interpretation of the calabash from the Guinea coast suggests it records some event that involved agriculture. It also suggests that it corresponds to Malinki Bambara traditions. The Mayan day lord, world, snake, deer, and rabbit are found on the sacred calendar of the Maya. As noted above, these signs are the same as those found on the Guinea calabash calendar or almanac. We have shown how the signs on the Guinea calabash are explained by Malinki Bambara ideology. The similarity in Mayan and Malinki Bambara ideology found in the calendrics can best be explained by the fact that the Maya and other married groups got this calendar from the Olmecs, who spoke a Malinki Bambara language. These shared ideology for the figures on the sacred Mayan calendars and the Guinea Coast calabash support the view of Leo Viner in Africa and Discovery of America that the calendars were related. Bork and his interpretation of this calabash describe the figures differ from myself. I don't really disagree with Bork except in the fact that what he calls a buffalo I identify as an antelope, and the figure he calls an antelope I recognize as a hare. I believe this is a hare because it accurately depicts the ears and forms of a hare instead of an antelope. I do not believe the small figure is a man. I believe it represents a child. What he calls a fetish stool looks to me to be a headrest. Also, I do not see a bird in the tree plant, so I refer to the figure as a tree. I believe that this calabash may be recording the coronation of a king, or the almanac is discussing someone initiated into a secret society. Thus, the man and child may indicate the role initiation plays in the transformation of the child into a man. In summary, this calabash confirms the theory of Leo Viner that the Mayan sacred calendar was related to calendrics in West Africa.
Now, before we go to the next video, I wanted to see if anyone wanted to make a comment on that. We just get in there, so we touch it into this cosmology, and we're gonna go somewhere else, but we gonna come into this again. But I wanted to get that open. So, anyone got a question or something after hearing that video? Got a word? Did it spark something? I know Ross.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I come on in.
Can you bring up the picture again? The calabash?
Okay, hold on.
West African calabash calendars.
Yeah, hold it there. Yes, King. Well, you see right now, I can see here is the crescent moon and the Sirius and the star. What you see on the Muslim flag here, on the Muslim star and crescent moon. This year, this six petaled flower is a tree of life. That would be equivalent to the um six-pointed star. This year, this what is a lizard is got the equivalent of the scarab beetle in Kemet. The four legs of the scarab. This here, I think this here is Orion, you know, this one here, this butterfly, what they say is a butterfly. I think that would represent Orion, you know, because it would be opposite to the star over there. This would be Osiris, the man. This is the tree of life. Yeah. This here, as it is opposite, I would say that would represent Leo. And this bird here, I think would represent Aquarius because it's a water bird. And the snake, that will represent Seshat. You know, that is the seven, that snake always gives you the representation of the seven, of the seven stations of the cross, or the seven you know, what is created to the female, Seshat. You know, Seshat in Angkor Wat, or Sesha in Angkor Wat, or Seshat in Egypt is the seven. This represents the pole star, where it changes every seven times in 26,000 years. So that, you know, I can see all of those representations in here. Yes, I give thanks.
So, in his build about also representing a coronation of a king in a certain time period. So when you're putting it with the Aquarian, and he's saying it's got a remnants of a story of an initiation. But it's tied with certain star knot. Go a little further in. Okay, right there. And he went to breaking down this Orion belt in association as well. So hold on.
Calculations. The mat and mat motifs play an important role in Mayan society as well. If you look at this calabash, you will notice that in the center of the calabash we have a figure that resembles the Kanaga sign. It's also very interesting that this Kanaga sign also includes a mat constituting the central design in the figure. The characters on this calabash are explained by Mandi cosmology. We see the following characters on this calabash almanac. Number one, we see a lizard pointing out the four directions, north, south, east, and west, plus the mat in the center of the four directions. These lizard figures probably represent the world. Antelope, we see 7 circles of the Pleiades, a butterfly, a bow, double sword, grain, a tree, people representing humanity, and the headdress denoting royalty in African societies, crescent moon and star, heart or ace of club figure, the rabbit hare figure, antelope, I recognize as a hare. I believe this is a hare because it accurately depicts the ears and forms of a hare instead of an antelope.
Remember, the rabbit
I
goes
do
to
not
the
believe the
Heru,
small figure is a man. I believe it represents a child.
to the
What he
anointed
calls a
king,
fetish stool looks to me to be a headrest. Also, I do not see a bird in the
golden
tree
stool,
plant, so
Ghana.
I refer to the figure as a tree. I believe that this calabash may be recording the coronation of a king, or the almanac is discussing someone initiated into a secret society. Thus, the man and child may indicate the role initiation plays in the transformation of the child into a man. In summary, this calabash confirms the theory of Leo Viner that the Mayan sacred calendar was related to calendrics in West
Hold it there,
Africa.
Russ. Hold it there, please. You see,
That was the last part. I'm sorry.
Bluetooth disconnected.
Go ahead.
yeah, if you could just bring that picture back to Jay, you just had it.
West African calabash
Go off right there.
calendars.
You see another
Stars
thing
are used for
what I've
reckoning
noticed,
time.
Russ?
The man of the tree. I believe that this calabash may be recording the coronation.
You see another thing, like I think here, look, if you look at the axis going through the
Yes, the
lizard
ribs.
and the axis going through the other lizard, I think you've got a square there, and I think also what you've got, if you run the axis through it like this and like this, you've got the actual like north, south, east, and west. But this is a magnetic. You know where I always talk about the magnetic movement of the zodiac. You know, if you look at the magnetic movement, it's like north, south, east, and west will go through at 90 degrees and 90 degrees square across there. But this is, you see, like this palm tree here, like this is like I would say this is like Libra, you know, the scales. And this is going through here, like if you're looking at the zodiac, this is going through from Libra to Amen. And this is going through from Atum to Num, you know. It's like this is definitely like a zodiac, you know. And if I was to bring up the zodiac and explain to you what I'm meaning, because if you can remember when I've ever showed it to the item.
Well, we gonna come right back to this, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna want you to come in because I'm gonna need you to give me that point right there. I'm gonna need you to give me that. I need you to close it on that. So let's go to the next video right quick.
To the chair.
Yes, give thanks. I wanted to show this first, Ross Cipher. Because we're in this workings right now. So we're going to get this 7 bodies, and we are the children of Ra, children of the sun. We are the holders of the 7 spectrums, the Saba, the Sheba, the sacred measurements, the 144, the measurements of a man, which is the measurements of an angel. And he stood on a wall with the plumb blind in his hand. The measurements of the wall is 144 cubics. Yes, sir. Queen Afia, come through. Give thanks.
Yeah, I give thanks, blessed love. I was just asking a question about the calabash, if the design on there was placed on there, or is it originally came with the calabash?
No, it's a written calendar on the calabash.
Okay. It drew my attention because there was some dynamics that we learned while we were using the calabash, and I thought it was very interesting that the calabash was spoken of, and it was the tablet that was used to place these images on there.
Yes, yes.
Isis.
Isis. So remember, we started with the 7 bodies: spirit, soul, mind, the higher body, neutron, proton, electron, atom, energy that can neither be destroyed nor created. But when the atom slows down, it becomes matter, water, air, fire, earth. In your body, it represents emotional body, astral body, life force, and your physical body. Your physical body, your flesh, your blood, your flesh, your bone and your flesh, your blood and your breath is your life force. Your astral body is your dream body. Your emotional body is that emotional energy that even when you walk in a room, if people don't like you, you feel it because their emotional body reached out and vibrated and touched yours. So remember the seven bodies. You are star children of the seven star coordinations. That's what we were just looking at when they were showing the Orion belt. And then they showed you two stars above it, two stars below it. And they drew the spectrum of the mighty hunter on it. That's the Orion, the mighty hunter. But it is a science dealing with you. So let's go a little further. Let's get into this science. Let's touch the brains. Let's see who's ready to go in here. Hold on.
Correction process. Their foundation, born in nature. And so when we speak of these things, when we refer back to science, even in the say different phases, that man went from light body story. So those are most science to it. We start with the this is another edition of Temple Building, continuing Temple Building 1. But I'm going to start with a drawing here. Well, no, let me start with Temple Building, and then I'll come back to that drawing. So peace to all those who've been catching, and this is directly to do recordings to lock it in, so that later, those who have the time can go back and review
Algebra, algebra,
and
ra,
catch it and see what's going on.
algebra. God give
So
the earth
peace to
ra.
all those who've been. All right. So we got it going live already. So peace. All right. So the stage is here is we're gonna continue from where we left off with temple building. We're gonna touch where we stopped, where we came to the stage here. And what we're doing is we're giving the divine symbolism, which is the language of nature. And when you get deep into the language of nature, you understand the mathematics of nature. And then you understand that while this realm that we deal or dwell in, there's science to it, but there's a lot more to it. So we're going to break down today why we are touching the demographics of this symbolism. So usually when we begin in temple building, we usually start most of the students off with a story of understanding, and that was in first degree. So those who had heard the recording or followed the live under first degree, you know that the first degree, our story started where we described man in several different phases. That man went from light body to androgynous, to male and female, to what we would say the disbalanced male and female of these times as well. So some would say, what do you mean light body? And then we go through the science and the symbolisms and even in the religious symbolisms, and we go through all of that to show that continuously there's been a reflective science being given about our nature. And so when we speak of these things, when we refer back to our ancestors, I always say that our ancestors really didn't have religion. They had a nature. Realignment with that. So all of these different teachings have a reminiscent memory to us because of it's a part of our lost nature, the lost word. So we're trying to restore the word, and these keys, it will come clearer and clearer because the word became flesh. So we're trying to restore the lost word to you. And then some of you even have heard where they used to say the terminology was to find the lost tribe. So let's do a little work. Let's go a little further. So in this, we started by explaining, for as you have trotted the steps in temple building to seek knowledge and understanding within the temple building, you are designated as a seeker, and that is part of an initiative journey. But, O seeker, man must be re-elevated or taken up like John to the city of God. In the final book of the Bible, Revelation, it has only 22 chapters. The final chapter is 22 or 4, or foundation, born. In Revelations chapter 21, verse 17, we find that New Jerusalem has a wall with 12 gates, and the measure of the wall is 144 cubits, which is the measurements of a man, that is of the angel. So man is the measurements of an angel? 144 cubits? So this is a code. And as we spoke earlier, we explained that 144 also meant Aleph, Daleth, Mem. Aleph, Daleth, Mem is Hebrew. Adam, 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 man, Adam, the man, Aleph, Daleth, Mem. So we find the Aleph would represent the air, and Daleth would represent the heart or fire, and the Mem would be water. These are important in symbolism as we go further. So 144, which is the measurements of a man, that is of the angel. We must, O seeker, remember where we learned that the Lord stood on a wall with a plumbine in his hand. We reflect now that foundation is 360 degrees, a 9, and the wall measures 144 equals 9. So the Lord stands on divine mind with the tool applied to erect the wall upright. So within foundation, or in Eve, is the throne of God. So now I want you to listen to these words because I want you to understand this. So the plumbine is a tool used to make the wall upright. And if divine mind is standing on it, divine mind the divine mind is going to erect it, and it is the measurements, this divine mind, this foundation is within this. So if Eve represents matter and this physical world, and the plumbine, so there's a correction process. There's a correction process to make sure to make the being upright. Now, I'm going to go a little further in this. And as I go a little further in this, I'm going to leave from here because, you know, I had a little build with some of my brothers the other day. And I went into a symbolism and I realized, you know, certain things we think on regular basis, but
Brady
it is
Russ.
not clear to the
Yes,
minds
sir.
of the people.
Oh, he's a
So I'm
recording.
going to go to
It's
a
very low. I
symbol and
can't
I'm
hear
going to
very
come
well,
back
you
to
know.
this. Now listen what I said here. In the foundation, or the measurements of a man is 144 cubits.
Hold on.
So the Lord stands on divine mind with a tool, a plumb line, that is used to erect the walls upright. So there's a correction process within this realm, in this measurements of our existence. And I'm gonna go a little further in that, and then I'm gonna come back to the build, and hopefully I will be able to convey to those who are ready to look into the veil of this message something that I think is needed. So here we go. Let's go to this symbol here. I not um it's nothing that it's gonna, well, you're gonna want to understand it. So let's look at this. Now, here at the top of this picture, at the drawing, it's just a line, and you see the wave. And in most of our talkings, and people know this is called like ebb and flow. Some people say when they see this symbol, it makes them think about frequency, energy, which is correct. This symbol is a very important symbol. This symbol is the measurements of our travels. Somebody say, huh? So when we given this symbol is a measure of our travels. Now, this symbol represents a 3. But there's a 3 up and there's a 3 down. I want you to understand that now. There's a 3 up and there's a 3 down. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So let's go here. At this first stage, you see a star right here. And in the star, it says that the star implodes. The star implodes. Now, this was supposed to say black hole. I don't know why it looks like that. My bad, I wrote it fast. Just took a quick picture. So this star implodes. And when a star implodes, it doesn't explode outward, it explodes inward. And in that inward explosion, a black hole. And if you understand over here, let's say over here, let's talk about Sirius A, B, and C. And Sirius B is a dwarf star, and it's a density of like an enfolded portal, an enfolded star, form a whole, which we'll go through that in a minute. So when a star implodes and it creates the black hole, it opens on another dimension. So let's just say on this, let's follow this line going down. And as it comes down, it opens up in this other dimension and it releases pure energy. And as the energy slows down, it becomes plasmic and so forth and so forth. But in this realm, it is all still just pure energy. We say this is life, this is time. So now remember, a star implodes, opening a wormhole. it releases, creating what we call our indwelling, our galaxy, um, our our plane, our dimension. And in here, this is pure energy. It's fractile, meaning it's microcosm, macrocosm, meaning down to the smallest particle, everything is a reflective of everything. And it's pure energy, atom, energy that can neither be destroyed nor created. But this energy is going through an involution process until it gets into a devolution process, and it becomes devolved within its holographic illusion. That's what we live in. And eventually he starts to rise back up. And here is where we call like this dimensional line, which I forgot what we would call this. It's a dimensional line. So here in the space in which we exist, let's say like you call it life and death. So if you died in what you felt you died in this energy realm, you translated back to the stars. So from the stars you came, and to the stars you return. So our ancestors always understood your light embodiment here. You're traveling this vessel, and you're traveling the vessel of a Munrad, that's traveling the hidden sun, the hidden light. Your travels here and back into the stars. So remember now, this energy starts here, it shoots here, but actually it opens here. So in reality, you dwell in a multi-dimensional reality. So you dwell from your energy is the living aspect of this first, and it is the living aspect of this present, and it is the living aspect of this future, which all exists now. Which all exists now. Now, in this realm here, this is a spiral. In this realm here, everything is spiraling. And in this realm here, this is a spiral. So you're a spiral. You're reflective of the spiral. So right here, this symbol, we see the caduceus. It always represents the kundalini, but they show you the serpentine and the spiral. You're the spiraling. But now, when the energy that has come through the portal or through the wormhole comes out, it symbolically, Atum Ra, the light, the energy wave, forms a mound out of the primordial waters. So in this realm where this star unfolds is the dark, is the wound, is the melanin, is the mother. And here within this wound, in this spiral in the wound, this melanated, the dark substance, the black energy that surrounds all things, this becomes our space of existence. But this is within the womb giving birth. So every stage is a birthing stage, and fractals of light continuously through these portals of time. So our ancestors, ourselves, our travels from one stargate to here to another stargate. And it is the ebb and flow, but it is the now dimensions of all time. It is past, present, future, and you dwell within all right now. So as I said here, the portal, the wormhole, the implosion of a star, releasing the atomic or the atomic energy, the photonic. As we involved within this realm, our first form was light. Now you still have a body of light right now. You still are made up of atom. Be destroyed nor created right now. So I just felt like showing this symbol, there's a lot more to go with it, but I wanted to touch that as we go into our history, our story, as we deal with the symbolism. So we are truly, remember, you are the particles of star energy that is folded here. So you are a stargate yourself. You are a black hole yourself. A macrocosm. So you are a fractal reaction, a reality of all of this. And here in this realm, the energy has come in this realm, and it's called the correction realm. So we're going through a correction process. We're learning. The consciousness is evolving. The consciousness is awakening. The consciousness is going through like an initiation process. So, you'll learn more and more. So much like how your computers and everything are being developed, how people are learning from quantum physics, the reality, your dimensional realities are real. But in simple symbols, your ancestors had already described these. And this is your triune. So this would be a circle. This really would be a circle, spiraling, and this would be a circle. But this would be a stargate over a stargate, creating a realm of existence, but yet the realm of existence is a hologram of two dimensions, creating a third dimension, would eventually evolve into the fourth dimension. Because you have to remember, this stargate dwells in something in here and another. So its reality is like then you would really be living in a third dimension, but it is on a lower frequency than which you enter, but it's being raised back to a higher frequency. So, there's a lot more into the symbol, which we'll go into more and more as we study astrology and we get deeper into the temple building. So let's go back.
Oh, yeah. Hotel community, welcome back. Welcome back. First frequency of oneness, shock metaphysics. Yep, it's your guy. It's your boy, Fan Kings, that you're going to be talking about today. Why did you decide to talk about the Mayan kings? Okay, because many people, they assume, when you look at TV, they always put on TV all of these movies and shows, and they always have some Chicanos. And they don't have Indians now, but they have some Chicanos, and they're always talking about the fact that that they were the Aztecs, they were the Maya, they were everything, and Black people are still in their heritage. So I read this article years ago, and it talked about the Negro Chicanos, the Negro Chicano Chiapas, and this was a group of Black people who said they never were slaves, And a lot of the anthropologists, wanted to try to dispute it, but they finally had to admit that these people in Chiapas and down in Guatemala, Honduras, many of them were never slaves, even though they were Black. And so, a friend of mine, Mark Washington, what he did is that he did a thing on the Maya kings. So I'm going to discuss some of the kings that he had worked out, that he had found out over the years. I found out that under many of the pyramids, many of the so-called Mayan pyramids are built over older pyramids, and these older pyramids usually have they usually have murals of Black people. And wow. But see, again, like I said, is that history is purposeful, and what I mean by that is that if you don't really research it, it's very difficult. See, they try to put the surface, like I know when we talked about the Sumerians. Instead of them showing Sumerians, they show Gudians. You see, or if they make an Egyptian piece, they'll try to get some second frequency person with black hair and or red hair. This is the Egyptian. So again, they like to really lie. They like to lie, but they feel that in a sense since they have no history, they have to kind of do this. So what we're going to do
invent it and lie about it and appropriate other people's history.
Is look at these Black Maya and look at their contributions and really look at the people of Mexico, the Negro Chiapas Chicanos who live in Chiapas who were never slaves, you know. So that people can, it's a continuity, you know, just like you know, there's a lot of continuity. But see, you wouldn't know it was continuity unless you knew that it was black people here before the European. But again, the European, he puts stuff in plain sight. He'll put right in front of your face the truth, but you would know it because you'll interpret it from the perspective that they've told you.
Right,
so
right. From their worldview and from their framework, Yeah.
And so then you want to be a good kid, a happy person. So most people go along with it because they don't want to fight. They don't want to fight second frequency because you get more, in their opinion, you get more butter biscuits when you're third frequency.
Right. Dakota, thank you for tuning in. Go Travel Abroad. Did I see Nicaragua? Are you in? Where are you from? Go Travel Abroad. Where are you? Are you from Nicaragua? Are you in Nicaragua? Or is that where you live? That's crazy. That's absolutely awesome. I see Blair is out there. Zipporah. What's going from that
information searches that they've done is in Spanish. Some of the research was done earlier, but it's hard to find those articles, you know. Secondly, you'll see pictures of some of the Mayan kings. You'll find out some of their activities. You'll find out the fact that they were black, you know. Because again, you know, we're always getting into these arguments, and yet these people, they're able to kind of shut you down because they always say you don't have any primary evidence. The PDF provides the primary evidence. You've got citations so that you can go and you can more fully expand into it and understand what's going on. So that's there. So the PDF is going to be very important. I think a lot of people who buy the PDF are going to be surprised on the fact that there are blacks there. But it's also going to make you wonder, why didn't you know that before? And the reason you didn't know that before is that the European, he wants to make you feel that everybody was always a slave. And because he claims that all black people were slaves, and therefore he wants to give you an image, give you a reality that is really a non-reality. It's like the Twilight Zone. History is like the Twilight Zone. You know, you may feel that you go to school, you go to university, you go to high school, and you may feel that you're getting all the facts and all the figures. You're not. A history that was written to knock you out of history. A history that was written in a sense to deny your entire existence.
Yes.
And that's the whole thing about when Hegel said that Africans, black people, did not have a history to be respected. They didn't have a history that it should even be acknowledged. And this is very important in understanding why there's such an emphasis. You see, a lot of us assume, I know a lot of people say, you know, contemporary history is a thing. Know who you are, where you are. No. That's good. But also, in a sense, the European, he spends billions of dollars every year on ancient history, conducting excavations all around the world, digging up artifacts. Many of the artifacts he just takes and hide them down deep in some basement or somewhere else.
I got a question here. From Dakota. Dakota says, where do you find the PDF? Go Travel Abroad says the PDF is for free in your Patreon. That's not true. The slides are, but not the PDF. I just put the PDF in the chat, so you can click on that link and you can get the PDF, Dakota. That's where you can get the actual research. Go ahead, Dr. Winters. Hey, by the way, what can we get on your Patreon?
Black history. That would
or LinkedIn, of course. I mean, I've seen an art and PowerPoint. All right.
you see some of the some of the Maya so-called hieroglyphics, and you can see the Chama base, and you see this you see some of the Maya. A lot of times when people try to debate it, they'll always tell you that the Maya painted themselves black, and that's why you see black people, but not necessarily. Most of the time, you can look at the feet, and you can see that the feet of those Maya who were painted black, as in the case of this particular king, the feet aren't black. So that shows, in a sense, that they weren't black people. Again, you can go to my Patreon. The slides for the presentation will be found on my Patreon. My Twitter at Clyde Winters, Dr. Clyde Winters 8, and you can see many of my videos, over 240 videos on various themes in Black history. There's certain things that foundational Black Americans have in relation to their historical truths, and these truths must be taught. Number one, we are Aboriginal Black Indigenous people native to the United States. Yes, we have always been here. You know, one of the students in my class, he carries the haplogroup R1. And he's a very exciting individual because the fact is that one of the earliest ancient American dating back to about 12,000 BC also carried R1. You know, this suggests that he may be a descendant of people who lived here 12,000 years ago. Think about it. Think about it. There are people, in the sense, also there's people, foundational Black Americans who carry the A haplogroup. You know, but see, the European second frequency, they teach you that you're outside of history because you're ignorant. FBA ancestry is African, yes. Our ancestry is African. Our ancestors are African, but our FBA heritage, the heritage of foundational Black Americans, depend on their tribal origins and their presence in the various states. Number three, Aboriginal foundational Black Americans were the first slaves in the United States. It's very important to understand that the first slaves in the United States did not come from Africa. The first slaves in the United States were Black Indians. And these Black Indians were sold to various Caribbean islands, especially Bermuda. In fact, the sugar plantations were really began by the British using foundational Black Americans, our Aboriginal Black indigenous ancestors. Number four, identity matters. They have always used various terms to make foundational Black Americans invisible. With the Aboriginal Black Americans, what they did is that they called them colored, even though they were, you know, Indians, even though they belonged to the 5 civilized tribes. Many people believe that the 5 civilized tribes today have always been white. No, the 5 civilized tribes were Black, but they adopted the Mongoloid Indians, and they let the Mongoloid Indians live next to them in different villages. And then Benjamin Franklin and others, they began to call the Black Indians colored people. And after a while, they took away their ancestry. Do you know that they went back, especially in Virginia, they went back and changed the birth certificates.
Wow.
They changed the forms to take their Indian identity off. See, because they know that if you could keep that, then they owe you. Yes, they owe us. They owe us reparations. We don't understand. If you notice, mostly all the casinos are owned by white Indians. Some people call them $5 Indians. Then the next thing they did, after they used that colored plate, then they used that term minorities. They said that, foundational Black Americans were minorities in the United States. They're going to help the minorities. We're going to give the minorities some goodies. But before it was all over, foundational Black Americans got nothing. They even made minorities. And then through affirmative, any study will show that during affirmative action, the only people who got affirmative action were white women. Yes. I'm 71 years old, and I am today. Maybe you can help me out, Reverend. I've never met anybody, any Black person, foundational Black American, that got a job through affirmative action. I've never met
I can't help you.
See, but those
Can't help
women,
you.
they got the jobs through affirmative action. They always use terms, so they kicked us to the side with minorities. Then Jesse Jackson decided we would be African Americans, so we called ourselves African Americans. And then people from India, people from Africa, people from the Caribbean, they pretended to be foundational Black Americans, and they got the scholarships. They got the grants. And then they had nerve enough to say, "Oh, you foundational Black Americans are lazy. Why don't you go to school? We got college, we got all these higher education. We ain't got law school degrees, doctor degrees, but they got those medical degrees off of scholarships that should have went to foundational Black Americans." I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying how people use. They use the names that we call. They use the names that they give to us to take away our history. That's why we have our own identity. Our identity is foundational Black Americans. Nobody should get mad. Nobody get mad if somebody come from Nigeria. They don't say Nigerian. They say I'm Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, Fulani. And nobody gets mad. They're talking about their lineage. So when we call ourselves foundational Black Americans, we're talking about our lineage as descendants of the slaves and the Aboriginal Black people. Number 5, 65,000 foundational Black Americans fought in the Civil War to free themselves. Yes. Yes. They did not free us because of the fact that we were some gentle people. They did not free us because they said, "Hey, we got to get those Black people off the plantations. We got to stop letting them be beat to death." No, they freed us because 65,000 foundational Black Americans fought in the Civil War after the Irish, the Germans, and other second frequency people. They deserved it. They deserved it. They went back to New York, Philadelphia.
Wow.
Where
Come
came
on,
out
Doc.
of New York, Philadelphia, Illinois.
Come on,
Iowa,
Doc.
Pennsylvania, to fight for our freedom. That's what we're fighting today. It's kind of, you can see a Black old lady, and that Black old lady, she'll still stand up for what she believes is right. We'll stand up for what's right, even though we know we may lose. Even though we know in a sense that it may be hopeless. Look at the things of hopeless people. Look at the things of forgotten people. Look at the things of people who lack no power in their thought, got their rights, got justice. Today, many of us are living better than many of our former masters. That came from hard work. Number 6, foundational Black American culture is American culture. Don't let anybody tell you that this is not, that American culture is white culture. No, American culture is the culture of foundational Black Americans. The food, the music, language. When they came from Europe, they're still trying to practice that stuff. Even the East Indians. You know, the East Indians over here practicing American culture. They try to practice the Indian culture. If you notice the Jamaicans, and when they come over here, their dance style, that's not foundational Black American dance style. That's their own dance style. Everybody who is an immigrant, they bring their culture with them. Everybody who's an immigrant, they bring their food, they bring their music, they bring their language. American culture is foundational Black American culture. Foundational Black Americans built America before and after Europeans came to the United States, number 7. Number 8, American technological superiority is made by FBAs, yes. It was foundational Black Americans who made all the good inventions. They made the computers work. They made the telephone work. They made it so we could have electric trains, electricity, light bulbs. And my favorite, you know what my favorite is, but I'm going to say it, toilet tissue. Give me some toilet tissue, baby. I know that's, you see, when you're young, you don't worry about toilet tissue.
No, you don't.
Anyway,
I love it. No, you got to tell them about the toilet paper. Hold on. Let's go back. Let me put you on screen. Tell them why toilet paper is so important to you, Doc. We got to talk about it for the new people.
When I was growing up, you know, when you ran out of, you know, a lot of people during the pandemic days running around looking for toilet tissue. I wasn't worried because my mama taught me what to do. My mother taught us that when there wasn't no toilet tissue, you get some newspaper and you rub it together. Then you go ahead and wipe that butt. But again, we don't want it anymore.
No.
We don't want no newspaper.
No.
Number 9.
Number 9.
Foundational Black American economic independence has always been obstructed by the dominant second frequency. Whenever we try to build up an economic safety net, whenever we try to build up beautiful economic oasis in the Black community, they usually come and destroy them, like Black Wall Street, you know, Rose, all those other great places. You know, somewhere I heard this down south now that they are about to move some type of factory there, and they want to kind of take away the city license or something of the people, just so they can have it under their control. No, they do not want to see you independent. No, they do not want you to have anything. You see, they do not want you to have anything. You know, and so that's how I knew it was God. You know, I knew it was God because when you have a people who hate you, when you have a people where you had to go out and you know, as a foundational Black American, I'll admit we're kind of schizophrenic. We're schizophrenic because we have to go into work environments where there's microaggression. We have to go into work environments where we know the people don't want us there, but we have to smile and act like it's a place when it's not safe. We had to go before policemen and know that policeman might kill us. We had to go into these offices anymore, but the only thing now is second frequency. That's why you know, I'm not talking about the presidents. I'm talking about it was empires.
Wow.
Where people were ruling nations and land that were extending hundreds of miles in South America, in Latin America, North America. See, empires before the European came. And we are not just Africans. In that book, I talk about the heritage of the Aboriginal foundation of Black Americans. And we are not just Africans. I talk about how we are in a sense do have that Aboriginal background. I also argue that instead of just trying to play up our Aboriginal origins or play up the fact that we're Choctaw, Cherokee, Blackfoot, you know, we're Africans first because our ancestry is African. No matter what our heritage is. No matter what our heritage is. I told you last week how I heard this girl, she was on a show with Tariq, and she's a Lenape. And she's talking about she didn't want to be called Black. Stupid lady. You know, she wanted to be called Black and she didn't want to be called Moor because Lenape were not Moors. But I mean, hell, I've done research and the Europeans know it. They put in the books that the Lenape said they were Moors. It's crazy. But when you don't know your history, then you can be a damn fool. In Atlantis and Mexico, I talk about, in a sense, the Olmec civilization, their writing, their culture, their arts, everything. If you want to know about the Olmecs, if you want to know about the She people, you got to get Atlantis and Mexico. And then, oh no, the first American revisited. Dr. David Imhotep has really done a super job. He's enriched his book, and on the cover you can see the Bonampak. This is the mural from Bonampak. Where you got all these pictures of these Mayas, and see, in the past they used to hide this stuff, but because of the internet and because of people trying to want to make a name for themselves, they put out their information that show our history. You just got to go and get it. And then they came before Columbus, the African presence in ancient America by Ivan Van Sertima. It's a good book. It's a book that introduces you to the Olmecs, introduce you to some of the man influence. But again, Ivan, his thing was that he was always talking about the African presence. Dr. David Imhotep and myself, we're not talking about the African presence. We're talking about the fact that they were black. They wasn't no friends. They didn't just come over here. They wasn't visitors. They were the ones who founded the civilization. They were the ones who made the civilization. And that's what we're going to talk about today.
Fantastic. Yes, sir.
This is the god Ektra. Ektra, this is really from the Charma vase, but Ektra was the god of trade. The Mayan god of trade was of a black person. And the reason it was of a black person, because I told you, when the Spanish came over here, the Spanish were not lost. Columbus was not lost. They were map makers. Columbus family were people who knew about the world because they had the maps.
Wow.
See? You know, the Maya had a black god as the god of trade because it was these black people who came from West Africa and sailed all the way from South America up to Canada, trading tobacco and other goods. Your history is great.
Wow.
Your history is mighty. Many people believe that the first Africans in Mexico were the Olmecs, but this is not true. Many of the pre-classic Mexicans were blacks, not Native American. Very important to understand.
Wow.
Many of the Maya. This painting is even much darker when you see the original, but they repainted a lot of the Bonampak monuments, and you can still see where they show that they were black people. Like if you look at this king in the front holding that standard, I think he has a goatee. Here's the Shama vase, and the Shama vase you see in a sense, one of the leaders, Ahau, who was meeting one of the Mongoloid Maya. Given the discovery of numerous Olmec artifacts depicting blacks begs a number of questions. Were there black or African people in ancient America? The African heads of the Olmec confirm an African presence in Mexico, or do they show present-day Mayan people? What is the relation between contemporary black Costa Chicas or Negro Costa Chicanos and blacks depicted in Olmec art? The idea of mestizaje was developed by Jose Vasconcelos. Mr. Vasconcelos became Minister of Education in 1921. During his tenure, all the black heroes of Mexicans were whitened. Vasconcelos pursued a policy of homogenization of Mexicans.
Wow.
Think about that. It was Vasconcelos who in 1921 began to rewrite history, to rename these Mexican heroes who were black and just say that they were, Mexicans, and imply if they were Mexicans, they had to have been white, misogyny. It's diabolical what these people will do. It's
no question.
What second frequency will do.
My goodness.
And they do this because of the fact is that they don't have a history, so they had to lie. In 1946, black Mexicans were rediscovered by Aguirre Beltran when he found the blacks in Costa Chica. Yes. It was Aguirre Beltram who, while he was traveling in Costa Rica, that he ran into these black people, and he said, damn, you guys used to be slaves. They said, no, we were never slaves. This was a rediscovery because the idea of Dajaje expressed the idea that they were only Mexicans and not Amerindians, not whites or blacks. The only problem with this idea was that black Mexicans became associated with poverty and ignorance. Just like over here in North America, they try to make it look as though foundation of black Americans have always been in poverty. We're always being ignorant. Look at what's happened. When I grew up, I lived on 47th Street. When you went into black buildings and black neighborhoods, piss all in the damn halls, shit in the halls. It was funky as hell.
I remember that.
Once we got the Open Housing Act, what happened? We started moving out of those ghettos, and we live in very many beautiful neighborhoods around the country. But they want to say that we were just loving poverty, we were loving ignorance. No, they wouldn't let us move.
Exactly.
But many people don't know is that the Open Housing Act, it really helped in a sense many Jews, because many Jews, like on the southeast side of Chicago, around the lake, many of them moved out to Skokie and other parts of the north, the suburbs. The Open Housing Act, every act that they do for foundational black Americans, it always works out where it benefits second frequency. So-called immigrants and minorities more so than us. We've been catching
Facts.
up. You know, again, so it was Aguirre Beltram in 1946 who said that there were blacks who had never been slaves. These blacks also experienced much discrimination throughout Mexico and much hostility in Costa Rica. You have to understand, black people, wherever we have no allies. We have no allies. And the reason we have no allies is because the fact is that we're just so creative. And they know we're creative. And I don't care if they're a Mongoloid. I don't care if they're Caucasoid. I don't care if they're Gagagoid or whatever. They can't compete with you. That's why they invented racism. Racism means a race. It's competition between groups, and they cannot compete against blacks.
Facts.
As a result, they had to send you into a morass. They had to keep you always upset. They had to keep you always depressed.
Distraction. That's right.
They had to tell you every day when you go to school, you see nothing but white supremacy, white power. That's why they're having this big emphasis now on trying to stop any teaching of black history in the schools, because they don't want their children to know anything about the fact that they are not superior. They're
Absolutely.
superior. They set it up.
That's right. I put it in the chat, Dr. Winters. Your class on critical race theory. That's a must-see, family. So check out the chat. It's in the chat, and I think it's also in the description. If you open up the description and hit show more, you'll be able to go there and get that webinar. Amazing. Continue, doctor, please.
Yeah. So then there's many, and so you find in Mexico that they know in a sense that when they look at the Olmec statues, they know when they look at the pre-classic statues, they know when they look at the Old Coast and other ancient blacks, they see black people. And then when they look you in the face, they say to themselves, damn, I know who you are, but I'm not going to let you know. I'm going to tell you always been poor. The Negro Costa Chicanos claim that they have never been slaves. And our indigenous Guerrero and Oaxaca on the Pacific coast of Mexico. The 1990 Mexican census recorded 66,000 Negro Costa Chicanos. These Mexicans live in African-style huts and practice rituals that may be of African origin. Yes. Yes. These people the Negro Chicanos, they go back to the original Olmec, to the original Ocos. You see? But I do not for 1 minute think it's only 66,000. But they always undercount us. Most researchers believe that the Negro Chicanos are descendants of Maroons or runaway slaves. But none of the blacks of Costa Chica have songs about slavery and its hardships. You go to anywhere else in Mexico, all these black people, they always have songs, like we have our Negro spirituals. And then these people, most of the black people in Mexico, they have these spirituals too. And these spirituals talk about how hard it was to be a slave. These spirituals talk about the hardships. These spirituals talk about how they was getting out, being treated bad. Oh. But the Negro Chicano, they say they are not. They insist that the descendants of African slaves. They say there was never slavery here, even in ancient times. Think about it.
Wow.
The Chicanos. I don't want you to know about them. That's why I told you. You need to get my PDF because you're only going to find out about the Negro Costa Chicanos in my PDF.
I'm gonna put it. Let me copy. Put it back in the chat again because this is radically important, fam. Again, we are the first. We are the best of the best, and here's the proof. Here's more proof.
So just think about that. They argue with you. These Chicanos up here. These white. These people created a race created by the white man. There was no Chicanos in Mexico before the Spanish came and raped those African slaves and those Indian slaves. When that Chicano looks in the mirror, he sees another second frequency. When that Chicano looks in the mirror, he sees a person that has no identity. But when they go see the Negro Chicanos and they look at those black faces, those brown faces. Then they go into the museum and they look at the statues and they see the same faces in the statues. They hate it. They're not telling you. They don't tell you on TV. They don't tell you there's anybody called the Negro Chicanos. They want to keep alive. Bobby Vaughn, and this is a brother. He went down there. He's an anthropologist. He went down there to Mexico to try to find these people, these Negro Chicanos. Bobby Vaughn wrote, he noted that he found no consciousness of slavery among the people in Costa Chica. Other researchers note that housewives in San Jose, Estancia Grande, and Santiago de Bestla in Costa Chica said their ancestors did not come from Africa. Their families always lived right there, right here. Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
That's amazing.
There's no evidence that there was ever black people in Mexico. They tell you that in a sense that everybody was a slave. Everybody wasn't a slave in Mexico, just like every black person, every foundational black American. Yes, most of us were slaves. Many of us were slaves as Indians and as Africans. But the point is this, is that we did not let our slave heritage hold us back because we were the middle shakers. We were the architects.
Facts.
Who designed those big white houses in the South. We were the architects who designed Washington, D.C. And yet they tell you every day, as a foundational black American, you know nothing. You're dumb. You're stupid. You're dumb and stupid. But they know the truth. And that's what they want to do. They can't go to Negro Chicanos and tell them that they don't have a heritage.
That's right.
Negro Chicanos, they can't connect it yet because that European has tried to take this history away from them. See, here is a Negro Chicano.
Wow.
It was his people that built the pyramids. It was his people who introduced making, in a sense, you know,
The sound has gone, Russ. There's no sound. Can you hear Russ? There's no sound, family. No sound.
Yes, give thanks. Think Mr. probably got disconnected for a minute. Give me one more. You got yes, sir. One more.
Well, that's a good point for us to go to the next thing. I wanted to kind of bed that in our head, a history existing that extends into a certain star knowledge. So let me go to the next point on there with him. I'll just open it up again. And I'll open up right here. So we go just to get this clarity here. Why we actually hit that. Oh, take the short one.
Aracola of Haiti, the Aguas of Culara, the Aravos of Orinoco, the Porcillas and Matayas of Brazil, Manabis of Quito, the Chuanas of Darien, and the albinos of Panama are the remains of the former African tribes that settled, civilized, and lived in the Americas. Ecuador has provided much archaeological evidence for the presence of Africoids in South America. One of the greatest finds was a magnificent stone head of a male wearing a circular earring on his right ear. This head is similar to the carving of Akhenaten. Dr. von Woodnall had identified this figure as representing the Negroid element in pre-classical Ecuador. Jacinto Camano notes that of the skulls discovered in Ecuador, many were of blacks, especially among the Mochicas. In Punin, he noted that practically all the skulls were of Africoid and oceanic type, and at Tiahuanaco, Peru, there are numerous carvings of blacks that have been discovered. Moreover, persistent oral traditions around Lake Titicaca recall the bearded people who were exterminated by Indians. These bearded people were Africans. According to Lanning, there was a possible movement of Negritos from Ecuador into Piura Valley, north of Chicama and Viru. He believes there is a relationship between this culture and the Valdivia site, which was active from 1800 BC to AD 100. Dr. Dixon said Valdivia was inhabited by Africoid people. There are many correlates between Ethiopia and early Ecuador and Peru. In Peru, on ceramic pots, large double-deck boats are depicted which are almost identical to the papyrus boats used in the Proto-Sahara and ancient Punt. On the lower deck of the boats are painted a number of water jars and other cargo, along with rows of people. On the upper deck, there stood the earthly representation of the sun god Ra, the same as the sun god of Meroe and Egypt, surrounded by birdmen who were handling the ropes to propel the ship through the water. The interesting thing about these pictures is that they are almost exact replicas of scenes depicted on the Egyptian pyramids. Today, boats made of bundles of reeds lashed together are found in Ethiopia. Along the Peruvian coast and at Lake Titicaca, where tradition has it that bearded men were destroyed by the local Amerindians. There are other similarities between Ethiopia and Peru, Ecuador. The Ethiopians used battle clubs in war. As a result, their doctors became skilled in trepanning, or true cranial surgery, without killing the patient. This operation was unknown to Europeans until after Columbus discovered America. Yet it was known to the Peruvians. Both groups also used false beards on mummies. The ancient Peruvians manufactured bricks of sun-dried clay mixed with straw using the same formula of the Egyptians and Ethiopians. The Peruvian adobes were made in a rectangular mold, just like in Ethiopia, and Peruvians and Ethiopians used a horizontal loom staked on the ground, along with the vertical frame loom with two warp beams. Von Hagen noted that the looms used by the ancient Peruvians are identical with those of other civilizations, with which they had allegedly absolutely non-contact. A form of backstring loom was used in Egypt. A horizontal loom appears in pre-dynastic Egypt, and the one pictured on the tomb of Khenelhotep at Beni Hassan circa 1900 BC is identical with those of Andean and coastal Peruvians. The Ethiopian explorers in America who landed in Peru, Ecuador, probably reached here originally by accident.
Yet, the considerable number of blacks with beards on Mochica art show there were many of these Zumites living among the Mochicas. There is a long tradition of navigation among people in East Africa. In the Sumerian records, we hear about the sailors from Meluha taking goods to ancient Sumer and Akkad. Ancient Meluha to the Mesopotamians was called Punt by the ancient Egyptians. The Egyptians record many exciting things sold from ancient Punt. The people of Punt lived in an area stretching from the eastern desert of Egypt eastward to the Red Sea in Central Africa. These people spoke Puntite or Semitic languages. In the ancient literature of Kemet, Egypt, and Mesopotamia, Punt was recognized as a sea power. From ports along the Red Sea, the people of Punt traded with Kemet, ancient Egypt, Arabia, West Asia, and Mesopotamia. Modern Ethiopia is part of the land known to the Egyptians as the lands of the gods. The inhabitants of Punt, on the other hand, called their country Arwe. It was from here that the Semitic-speaking nations moved northward into Arabia and Mesopotamia. The Chinese and Arab records make it clear that later in history, the people who used to live in Meluha or Punt formed a civilization called Axum. The Chinese and Arab records make it clear that the Axumites made many long voyages in the Pacific and Indian Oceans. These sailors made these voyages in mid-ocean, not coasting near the shore. Here is an East African ship carrying foreign passengers to sites along the Indian Ocean.
Remember, Axum is a descendant of
The
12
Axumites
kings
controlled much of
of
Arabia,
Neptune.
India, and parts of Southeast Asia when the Mochica Empire was in existence. We can hypothesize that a group of Ethiopian merchants, probably on voyage to China, Sri Lanka, or Malaysia, or on a military campaign to put down a rebellion in one of their Indian Ocean colonies, was captured by the equatorial countercurrent in their papyrus boats and carried to Peru, Ecuador. Merchants from Axum made long voyages in the Pacific and Indian Ocean. The Axumites probably landed in a sparsely populated area in Peru, Ecuador. In these areas, they would have met little resistance from the local Amerindian groups, who saw them probably as giants. This was due to the fact that the Axumites would have maybe been taller in height. The experience of Axumites in other parts of the Indian Ocean would have meant that when they came, they would have been very much prepared for an encounter in these areas. We can hypothesize that a group of Ethiopian merchants, probably on a voyage to China, Sri Lanka, or Malaysia, on a military campaign to put down a rebellion in one of their Indian Ocean colonies, was captured by the equatorial countercurrent in their papyrus boats and carried to Peru, Ecuador. Merchants from Axum made long voyages in the Pacific and Indian Oceans. They made long voyages mid-ocean. They didn't sail along the coast. The Axumites probably, once arriving in Ecuador, began to set out into the culture or other parts of the country away from the coast. The experience of Axumites in building underground dwellings made it possible for them to construct safe habitation complexes that they could not be exposed to any attack from any of the local people. As in Moreau, the Axumites built pyramids, and these pyramids in Peru were made of bricks and other artifacts. These Africans, they probably migrated not only from along Peru and Ecuador, they also probably made their way to Lake Titicaca. At Lake Titicaca, high in the Andes, there are numerous monoliths made in human form and reed boats. These same boats were used as far as California when the Spanish arrived. The reed boats were first introduced into Peru by the Axumites of Moche. The Mochicas seldom were without these boats. At Tiahuanaca, you can find many artifacts that relate to these Axumites. They left many and important artifacts. There is evidence that the Axumites
probably introduced the battle club in war. As a result, Exumite doctors became skilled in trepanning, or true cranial surgery, without killing the patient. This operation was unknown to Europeans until after Columbus discovered America, yet it was known to the Peruvians. Both the Peruvians and the Exumites used false beards on their mummies. The ancient Peruvians manufactured bricks of sun-dried clay mixed with straw using the same formula that the Egyptians and Ethiopians did. It is interesting to note that the Peruvian adobes were made in a rectangular fashion, just as those as houses in ancient Ethiopia. In South America, an ethnic group called the Quichua speak a language which is analogous to languages spoken in the Pacific and India. The Quichua Amerindians has an oral tradition which records the entrance of the Exumites in ships made of reeds or rushes that landed from the Pacific coast off Point Santa Elena, close to Puerto Viejo, in extremely remote times. They said, and I quote, that we had a tradition from our parents. These giants from the sea were so great in stature that from the knee down they were as tall as a tall man. It was amazing to see how the hair hung from their great heads to their shoulders, yet were they beardless. They ate, probably meant they could fight, more than 50 ordinary men. Their eyes were big as plates, como picueros platos. Their arms and legs were proportionally huge. Some were clad in skins of animals, others quite naked. No women came with them. Going inland, they ravaged the country, and finding no water, these builders in great stone set to and sank an immensely deep well in the living rock, and today, in AD 1545, the water of this ancient well is so clear and cold and wholesome that it is a pleasure to drink. This well, made by the giants, was lined with masonry from top to bottom, and so well are these wells made that they will last for ages. This was a comment by one of the Spanish explorers who happened to ask the Indians. One of the major sites of these blacks was Tiahuanaca. Wilkins believes that these giants helped build Tiahuanaca. Commenting on the inhabitants of this ancient South American city, he noted that they were a reddish-skinned race, though among them, as remarkable statuary dug up from the ruins show, were also black men with prognostic features. One splendid piece of terracotta depicts in beautiful colors a high priest of the sun with remarkably Egyptian eyes, and having on his fine, large forehead a mitra and the sign of evolution called by the Bolivian archaeologist El Símbolo Esconado. This story, recorded by the Spanish, gives us many details of the culture of these strangers who landed in Peru, Ecuador. First, it makes it clear that these colonist conquerors were taller than American Indians. Most importantly, it details how they built great monuments out of solid rock. This architectural ability was a trademark of the Exumites. A center of Exumite civilization was the so-called Mochica civilization. On the Mexica pottery, these giants are depicted with black faces. At St. Augustine near the Colombian border, we see statues portraying these giants with African features.
Black and red pottery.
These Exumites probably were at the base of the Moche Empire. The Moche Empire extended over 220 miles along the North Peruvian coast. It lasted from AD 100 to 700 AD. They farmed irrigated fields of corn and beans and ate llamas and guinea pigs. The Moche or Mexica built pyramids and adobe bricks. One of the people who did a lot of work at these sites was Dr. Larco Hoyle. Dr. Larco Hoyle, in his work, has left us many beautiful sculptures and pottery that depict these Africans. He found that doing his research that many of the skulls of the Mochica people were of African blacks. The Mochicas were warriors, messengers, weavers, and doctors. They built roads and organized the courier system, which was later adopted by the Incas. The Exumite weavers of South America usually produced goods on a mass scale. The ahuanas used by the Mochicas came directly from Africa. Van Hagen notes that the looms used by the ancient Peruvians are identical with those of other civilizations with which they had absolutely no contact. A form of backstrap loom for example, that was used by the Peruvians was also used in Egypt and ancient Kush. As you can see from these photographs, the Mochicas were highly skilled technicians. They made irrigation their greatest concern. In Mochica centers, we find stone-laid reservoirs supplying waters to vast areas. In addition, they built a gigantic network of canals to bring water into the Mochica settlements to fertilize large stretches of sand. The Mochi were highly skilled potters. As you can see from these pottery remains, they made beautiful pictures of their contemporaries. And as Professor Hoyle shows you, many of these photographs were of the Mochica blacks. The Mochica and Ethiopians share many cultural traits. For example, both Africans and South Americans built pyramids to house the dead. At Huanca de la Luna, which is considered to be the capital of the Moche, there is a step pyramid that was built by the Mochicas. Here we find fine walls ornamented with frescoes which show pottery vessels and other objects with the men drawn in attitudes simulating war and defense. The Mochica society, as I said earlier, was organized militarily. There was a rigid system of labor organization. There are many scenes of Moche pottery makers that reveal that the Moche had the ability to create and do various interesting things, especially this brain surgery, which had to have been necessary due to the use of the war club. The religion of the Moche is identical to the religion of the Ethiopians. For example, the Moche worshipped a god they called Aipak, and Aipak was a two-headed serpent. The Ethiopians also worshipped a two-headed serpent, or they worshipped the serpent. The Moche also worshipped the moon god. The Moche called this moon god Si or Sion. This is very interesting because it appears to be a corruption of the name for the Exumite moon god, which was Sin. Moche men made many wore turbans on their heads or caps. Many of these turbans are found in Meroitic art and also in Meroitic frescoes. It appears that the Moche were absorbed by succeeding Amerindian groups. Much of the Moche civilization was copied by the Shimbu, who built houses out of stone, similar to buildings made in Ethiopia by the Exumites. Another interesting black civilization was Huari. Some of the Ethiopians landed and they went to the Makahasi Plateau. Here in the western Cordilleros, they began the Huari culture. The Huari were mainly African males. That explains, in a sense, why they were there. And they built a beautiful pyramid. They left frescoes that show many of their artifacts. The Huari incorporated an empire that made up most of inland Peru. In their areas of occupation, we find small forts, observation posts, overlooking hills. The Huari made a very interesting monument, and this monument was made out of solid rock. And now this Huari monument seems to depict the ibex, lion, elephants, frogs, and camels. And many of these things are basically found in Ethiopia. It's interesting to note that the tribes found in the vicinity of Huari monuments are called Huanca, Huari. This Huari almost sounds the same as Harari. Harari is the name for one of the Semitic-speaking tribes of Ethiopia. And again, we notice that they built reed boats, so we can see this relationship between the Huari and the Exumites. The forefathers of Huari are only known from legend as the bearded people. The monuments show they were Africans, and the term Huari seems to sound almost the same as Harari, the name of the Ethiopian group. Berlin believes that the large ceremonial center in South America called Tiwanaku may have also been a religious center. Here we find at Tiwanaku many examples of Africans in the art. In addition to statues and pottery, the Exumites, they left a number of inscriptions throughout South America. One of the most interesting inscriptions is this inscription near the town of Paupa, some 20 kilometers northeast of Nazca. I know many of you have heard of the Nazca lines in Peru. Here we find an ancient inscription of lines that can be read in the Ge'ez language of Ethiopia. The Paupa inscription is very interesting. It is written in an Ethiopian language, and the translation is as follows. Come carve, dig down into the earth, pacify, control, and increase the waters. Make them flow forth into the region, gaining grace and favor. Go out among the people, become strong leaders. As you can see, they left this, and as you remember, they also, among the Peruvians, like to build wells. In addition to this inscription from Nazca, we also have, in a sense, several inscriptions from Ecuador. These inscriptions were found at Cuenca. And Cuenca, we find, in a sense, some sheets that were discovered by Father Carlo Crespi. And among these artifacts is one, a gold sheet with a picture of a pyramid with Ethiopian letters at the foot of the pyramid. In addition, we find a stone tablet with Ethiopian writing placed before 3 animals and a stone pyramid. These figures are very interesting. The tablets from Cuenca were written in 2 writing systems, formerly used in ancient Ethiopia. The two stone tablets were written in the Tigrinya language, while the inscriptions written on the metal sheet, which has the figure of the lion, a serpent, a pyramid, and elephant, has a series of Thermutic inscriptions. The Ethiopian writing on the Cuenca tablet is in the unvoweled form. This indicates that they date back to the 3rd and 4th centuries AD. This would correspond to the Moshe period. Here we see the muted artifact. The tablet with the sun figure was probably represented Zabadan of the Ethiopian sun god, and an elephant. We find reference to these 3 things: the harp, beer, mead, and bread. These 3 things are associated in the region of Tigray in Ethiopia with the man who is about to make a journey or go to work in the fields. Reading the tablet from top to bottom and right to left, we see the following translation. Zadbaden, strong as the elephant, give me the harp, beer, mead, and bread. It's interesting to note that in Tigray, the men usually drink the beer and eat bread as they go on various trips. The Cuenca tablet, too, also has a very interesting inscription. Moving from the top of the tablet to the bottom, we read the following. In war, it is the bull, Guma, that causes damage to the enemy, and the elephant that will make the outcome clear. It is the ibex, symbol of the moon god, that we must confess our sins for deliverance. The presence of these tablets in Ecuador and the depiction of sin carved out of hewn rock and mention of the god in Moshe tradition all point to the Ethiopian presence in ancient Ecuador, Peru. In summary, Africans from East Africa probably early settled parts of South America. These Africans of the Moshe period may have come from modern Ethiopia or Somalia, which served as a major staging area for Meroitic and Exumite navies.
Now, we'll look this up so we get a clarity on this as we start coming into the closing. I wanted us to get a good spirit of that. And I want you to look at this word and remember it's supposed to be Eber, or some people like to say Eber is where Hebrew comes from. Eber, Hebrew. But it is Joktan, was the second of 2 sons of Eber mentioned in the Hebrew Bible. He descends from Shem. This is very important. And unto Eber were born 2 sons. The name of one was Peleg, for in his day was the earth
earth divided, and his brother's name was Joktan. You have to really understand that. Now let's go a little further to Joktan. Joktan was the first made prince over the children of Shem, just as Nimrod and Phanet were prince over the children of Ham and Japheth. All right. Now listen, respectively in his version, the three princes command all the persons to bake brick for the Tower of Babel. However, 12, including several of Joktan's own sons, as well as Abram and Lot, refused the orders. Joktan smuggles them out of Shinar into the mountains to the annoyance of the other two princes. So now it's an intricate story that we would have to go more deeper in. But I wanted to get to this point here, which is they call the East Asian theory. Now, I want you to be very critical on when we say that, because we just spoke about Kush traveling between India all the way to China, all throughout, even into the Americas. So we just spoke about Kush, the R1M173. We just spoke about Kush and the divided Kush. There was a Kush in Asia, and there was a Kush in Nubia. There was two Kushes that became divided. Then we went to the Ethiopian kings list, and we dealt with Amram or Ori, which represented Shem, and then the Cam, the Ham, the Kush, which then came up and outs some of the Shem out of the land. Now, where would the Shem go? Now, theories based on literal readings of Genesis 10, verse 30, which states that Joktan descendants migrated eastward, suggested that Joktan is the progenitor of the East Asians and the indigenous peoples of the Americas. With the Yucatan, Mayan, the Olmec, with the Yucatan Peninsula supposedly being named after Joktan. One early proponent of this theory was the theologian Benito Arias Montano, who proposed a link between the name Ophir, Joktan's son, and Peru. And we just read about, or we just watched a video on Peru and Ecuador. And we know we can trace the Axumites, who are actually also known as Phoenicians, because that Ethiopian Cushite kingdom was in the Canaanite lands. It was in the Canaanite lands, which you call Jerusalem, which in the same area you have the Phoenicians. And so when you have the Phoenicians in association with the Cush, then you find the great seafarers. And then you find out that Ashram was also great seafarers. These are not by accident the same traditions and people that have a tradition where they're traveling in this capacity. These are one people upholding an ancient and divine way of life, travelers of the earth in many aspects, keepers of all indigenous and ancient lands. So we have the Joktan, the Yucatan. So let's go one more back. And as we started in the Ethiopian's Kings list, we come to the Agdazayan Zion dynasty, a posterity of the kingdom of Joktan. So this Joktan is part of the Ethiopian's Kings list. And this is the Axumites. these Cushites, Ethiopians, but we've traced it back to the 12 kingdoms, the 12 kingdoms of Melchizedek. And we even trace the name Ethel, Ethiop, to the son of Melchizedek. And we always have to mention His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie, the emperor of the Empire of Ethiopia, which was once called Abyssinia. So the reason of setting the name Ethiopia in place was a declaration of the Melchizedek, the ancient king-priest order, an ancient king-priest order associated with the Sothis, the Sirius star system, the Orion star system, the Canis Minor, the Dog star systems. And now, right now, we're entering into, or we are into the Canis Minor, the Dog stars. We're in July, going into August, what they call the dog days, because the heat increases to the highest level. So Joktan taking us into the Yucatan, the Mayan, the Olmec. And then we were able to trace that heritage of that Ethiopian Aksum. And then we were able to even see the calendar, the Calabash calendar going to the Mayan, but it is a Mandi, it is an African science. So as we started off,
that is amazing in the aspect of when he was getting. He says, let my people go, and he said it several times. And the last time the Pharaoh did the last story. I try to understand in refuge of the Exodus, which is taken, the Exodus, the book of Ezekiel, all that shit is taken from the Corpus Hermeticus of the souls exiting from a mensa in the Egyptian ritual.
Messiah figure
in there
comes to
those souls
people back to the knowledge of themselves.
That do their Exodus
when they
in the movie The Ten Commandments,
the reality
when Moses go, which is Tahuti,
they turn to keep it.
If you understand not the historical shit, that never happened. If the mythological
divine
which is
heritage is written.
Moses goes to the Pharaoh, and he says, let my people go, and he said it several times. And the last time the Pharaoh did the last trick by saying, I'm going to kill the firstborn son. And Moses turned to him and said, oh, you fucked up this time, because I told you the last time that the next time you judge, it's going to be by your own hand. So whatever sinister move they're making, it's going to happen to them. Now, let me explain something, how I know it's spiritual. I'm going to show you something to let you know that what I'm not talking about is bullshit. Look at where I'm going. See what you got. Put that shit on the camera. It says Exodus. You see? As death toll climbs, perhaps thousands. You see, they only found 400 so far. New Orleans is being evacuated, likely for months. Some refugees find shelter in Atlanta. Now, my point here is there's a ritual going on, and they just didn't put this on the paper when they say Exodus. So now, if there's a ritual going on in the physical, there's a ritual going on in the spirit realm. You see, in the spirit realm. And this is one of the keys. And by New Orleans being the city of the dead, but they say the dead shall rise. Mm-hmm. This stuff is going on, and it's spiritual, and it's happening. Get the movie, because it's all about this in the movie. It's going to happen with this disease. Right? This shit is coming. The CDC has already warned this shit.
That's right.
Get the movie, the Stephen King movie. What's the name of that movie? The Stand. You got it, baby. You get the damn stand and look at that shit and you got it. All of that stuff is connected. So when I pick up my stuff and have it unorganized, I can find shit right away. But there was a neat woman that came up in there in Louisiana, in St. Louis, and she piled up all the stuff real neat, and now I'm fucked up because I can't find it. But I'll go into it. Well, pretty much I'll go into what's going on, then I'll find it when we come back and show you the actual picture of this thing. But in so many words, what has happened here is based on your thought pattern. Mm-hmm. And you can produce it with your own mind, and this is the best medicine they got, and they ain't about to get up off the liver. This shit right here, if you understand the medicinal aspect of this stuff here and all, this thing right here, shoot, man. So we'll get into that, but the point I'm trying to make is they lock down the herbs and vital. The other thing here as dealing with the DNA, what is the kickoff part of why your DNA has changed? You know, on July the 4th at 2 o'clock in the morning, they sent an unmanned rocket up to a comet called Temple 1. And they blew a hole in it the size of 2 football fields. The size of 2 football fields. And this is how I know that the Spirit hadn't let them do it, make them do it. Just to take some pictures of it. But whatever this comet was, the particles that was in this comet was the same stuff that was in the universe before this particular solar system was created. Now, if you understand as above, so below, if they blew open something in space that has ancient particles, subatomic particles, and microscopic organisms that was in the universe before this particular solar system was created, and you know, as above, so below, and the real universe is within, that means that the DNA and the melanin particles inside of you has unleashed a latent, potent form of melanin. In this case, it's called DMT spirit molecule. We got the book here to read up on the DMT spirit molecule by Rick Strassman, MD, to try to understand this concept. Although they use it as a drug, the DMT spirit molecule by Rick Strassman, but it unleashed a latent part of melanin inside of you. You just don't know it yet because the simple fact they got to keep you distracted. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? But that ain't going to work. You see, because the other part of the distraction is, based on the Sanskrit text is, when the people become fearful of annihilation, then these devices come online. So they damn if they do, damn if they don't. They don't know what they're doing. Like I say, they might run around this motherfucker, but they don't run it. We running it. We just don't understand. But when they hit that temple, H.P. Lovecraft talks about it in his Cthulhu mythos, and he had dreams of this thing 70 years ago. And in there they talk about there's an entity that sits in the part of the universe where all spheres meet. And when all spheres meet, and when that entity wakes up, all these dimensions come together as one. So in so many words, that's what happened when they hit that Temple 1. The entity on the inside of us is most potent part of DNA has been unleashed. You see what I'm saying? I can show you. I was trying to get the picture, but I do have the news article right here. I do have the news article right here where they show a sudden impact, and they got the comet, and they got this particular machine that was supposed to blow this up, and it hit dead center, and as a result, they woke up a Shiva-type energy. You see, a Shiva-type energy. You see, the hurricane is connected with this too, but even though they produced the hurricane, the energy that they produce is a Shiva-type energy. And when you get to the movie The Skeleton Key, there's an entity called the Dancing Shiva. And I'll show you this when we come back. The girl in the movie in Louisiana has on this Shiva on this Shiva shirt, t-shirt. You see what I'm saying? So all this stuff is connected. All the stuff is connected. So, as a result, they in hot water with this fucking triple one. Because they went too far and fucked up out in space and blew up the wrong shit. Which was nothing but a sleeping hormone inside of us. You see what I'm saying? This inside of us. So this stuff is going on, and as we go into what is called the harvest months, that's how I understand. Because when this shit hit this equinox, which when is the when is the fall equinox? The 23rd. When it hits that, the fall equinox, you ever see that horn of plenty? Where you see all these festivals, you think it's some shit from the pilgrims, is actually spiritual festivals. They say that all the stuff grows in the spring, in the summer, and in the winter it has to be harvest. So energy and things inside of us is harvest in the spring and the summer. Why do you think you go to school in the fall? You go to full school in the fall because all of the hormones and different things is ready and can be concentrated on you learning. Everything's a ritual. But that great harvest that we're talking about, when this equinox hit, you see what I'm saying? And October starts to come in. You see what I'm saying? There's a whole lot of shit happening.
Now I want to come in right there in a double sense, because I wanted to introduce that thought process, because September means something to us under the Ethiopian calendar. And, August, we come out of the dog days, we come out of the hottest time, the most energy. And then September, October, you're coming into your fall. So that means as he's speaking, it's not really actually just a fall, meaning that you've gained all of this energy, this serpentine energy. That's why September is a sept, it's a serpentine force. So you gain all of this serpentine energy, which at this stage here now, you're correlating with the star Sirius on another level. So this is not a by accident. So let's go here. Sorry, I can't see the page numbers. It's not showing me what it's prompted, what it like this. Right there. No, go back. It's in the vastness of historical odyssey, the Kushite Ethiopian Empire stands as a beacon, a keeper of the Melchizedek throne, a guardian of ancient wisdom and a symbol of resilience. Their tale is one of divine origin, a legacy of migration and transformation, and a testimony to the interconnectedness of humanity across time and space. The echoes of their story resonates through the ages, reminding us of our shared heritage and the everlasting quest for truth and freedom. Titled The Kushite Legacy from Nubia to Asia, A Journey Through Time. The story of the Kushite legacy is resilient migration and cultural diffusion. This historical account traces the journey of the Kushite people from their origins in Nubia to their far-reaching influence across Asia. It explores their contributions of language and impact on various civilizations, shedding light on their significant role in the shaping of the world's history. Section 1, the birth of Kush, the rise of the Kushite civilization in Nubia, agro-pastoral economy, and the development of Kerma civilization, the characteristics of the red and black pottery of the Kushites, the spread of Kushite influence within Nubia. Second, migration to Asia. Evidence of Kushite migration to Asia, the Tharma culture in Arabia and its Nubian origins, Proto-Dravidian speakers journey across Arabia to reach India, the connection between the Tharma civilization. Section 3, Kushite impact on Asia. The association of the Kushite with the Sea Group people of Nubia, the spread of the Kushite agro-pastoral economy in Asia, red and black ware pottery, and the connection to Nubia. Then we traveled to Persia, the Kushite legacy in Pacific regions, Persia and Media, how the Greeks and Romans referred to southern Persia as Aethiop. The Armenians acknowledged the acknowledgement of the connection between the Kushans and the Parthians, places, names, and legacies associated with the Kushites in Persia and Nubia. The Kushite dynasty, the use of Kush as a place, name, and its significance, the significance of the Kish, the elements and names the kings of Sumer referred to as kings of Kush, the Kushite Ethiopian Empire's role as Melchizedek's throne keepers. The legacy, the Kushite legacy, is a testament to an enduring impact of a civilization that originated in Nubia, radiated across Asia. The journey through time reveals far-reaching influence of the Kushites through the contributions to various regions and historical significance of their name. The story of the Kushites served as a reminder of the interconnectedness of human history and enduring legacy of ancient civilizations. As we observe information clearly, it becomes clear that the Osiris, went up to settle Kemet. In other lands is the Aram, the Ori, the Kushite, Nubian, Ethiopian lineage. And as a group spread to build the order, they become engulfed with the fallen ones, the Neanderthal tribes. The Amram, the Ori, interbreed with the fallen ones. And Cam, the other side of the family, but they are one family divided from Aram because of this. Yet still the kingly priest of this order spread throughout the world, and Cam, also being of the order, is a keeper of the way, until Aram, Ori, became corrupt by the Abraham side and the division within the lands began. So let's look at Melchizedek, Malachi, King Sedek, a priest. A priest is a keeper of the way. Malikium or Malachi is a ruler in this order. In the ancient lands of Africa, Arabia, remarkable lineage of kings emerged, tracing their roots back to Aram, a son of Shem. These kings descend from the line of Aram, were believed to be the Amorites. Were believed to be the Amorites. Were believed to be the Amorite origin and held a significant place in history. Aram, often identified with the revered figure of Melchizedek, carried forth an ancient priesthood known as the Melchizedek order, a sacred and influential tradition. Among the lineage was Paori II, the 16th king of the Agadazian dynasty of Joktan, reigning from AM 3889 to 3904. His reign coincided with a crucial period in Moses' life, particularly during his campaign in Ethiopia. Moses, also known as Dejahudi in the Egyptian history, was not only a revered historical figure, but also a priestly leader within the Melchizedek order. Accordingly, the chronology of Hippolytus of Thebes, which aligns with the Ethiopian Orthodox tradition, Moses as Dejahudi led a military and agricultural expedition into Ethiopia. He displayed great courage and went went in battle, embodying the principles of the Melchizedek priesthood. During this time, Moses encountered Tharbius, the daughter of the Ethiopian king who he married. The union further cemented the ties between the Egyptians and Ethiopians, marking a pivotal point in their intertwined history. In the Ethiopian kings list, Paori and I say Paori because I wanted to stress that it is still the Ori being linked into that. Paori was associated with the tribe Aram, a direct link to their ancestral root. Aram, as Melchizedek, held a significant position within the Melchizedek order, carrying forth priestly traditions that emphasize blessings and spiritual guidance. The Putanites, represented by the Fung subgroups, were intricately linked to Nuba, the tribe, emphasizing the interconnectedness of these ancient African societies and their shared heritage within the Melchizedek order. Now, I say Melchizedek order continuously because remember, Melchizedek became 12 kingdoms, the Kushite Ethiopian kingdoms. The tribute offered to Hasaput from Put in Aram in the relief of Deir el Bahari showcased the collaboration efforts and exchange between these lands. This historical account resonates with the biblical narrative, confirming the authenticity of the Ethiopian king list and the intricate connections. In summary, as we look at Hasaput of Del El Bahari's relief, we see the unity of Aram, Ori, Cam, Put began again in the 18th dynasty, but corruption for power had already impacted the dynasties, creating many offshoot claims of the kingly priesthood that became the kingdoms and queendoms. This African story, rooted in our story and tradition, sheds light on a significant figure and event that shaped the ancient lands of Ethiopia and its neighboring regions. Moses, as Dejahudi and a Melchizedek priest, stands at the forefront of this narrative, embodying courage, diplomacy, and sacred teachings of the Melchizedek order. So I give the link to the Ethiopian Kings list. We're looking at the relief. Now we'll go a little further into this. This is one of the osmosis cones, which shows osmosis is recognized as Dejahudi, and his other name, Hektawa, represented the two kingdoms. All right, so to further this research in your temple building, we go to the book of Yasher and other texts. And the keys in the book of Yasher, the Kushite Empire, Balaam or Balaam, and Moses, aka Dejahudi's time, the war was still going on between the lineage of Cush, the Aram, and Cam, before Europeans mixed in later to claim lineage and then erased the Black Cush story. In the name of Christianity, have you been reading scripture based on wrong history? So if Cush is Kish, the Sumerians, the black-headed ones, leading to the land of the Canaanites, the home of Melchizedek, who is Shem, aka Aram of the Ethiopian kings list. Now, as we follow this list, we see no Abraham, but the list takes us to Joktan, father of Arabia, Yemen, and key to Moses' time. Moses is Akhmosis, who is also known as Dejahuti, which takes us to Balaam and the construct of people claiming Baal, meaning to be lord of the land, but it comes from the king priest teachings of the ancient, which later became known as Magi and leads us to King Brazen or Brazen, aka Balthazar, the wise men of the Ethiopian kings list. So our story is hidden in the Christian text, unveiling keys for those not afraid to break the matrix. So what did the man named Sumentis bring from Syria to Ethiopia? Because we're getting into the Axumite, and we got to remember we just looked at where the Axumites were the travelers, the seafarers. So Fumentus brings from Syria to Ethiopia. in Ethiopia took the knowledge their first Coptic codes of the ancient inner meanings have been hidden in the scriptures and woven to remove our story. Search for the truth of Balaam and Moses being Dejahudi, aka Akmos. It brings us back to the research of the Amana letters as the Kushite Ethiopian Empire. See Drusilla Houston's book, The Wonderful Ethiopian Kushite Empire, to gain the clarity of what is being revealed. Joktan is Islam, connection to Kemet and the ancient Kushite ways. This is why Islam and the Christianity of Ethiopia share so many ways. As the history shows, Prophet Muhammad, or Muhammad, that's a title, it's the name, peace and blessings be upon them, to the connection between Joktan and Amina, the Prophet Muhammad's mother, is a fascinating aspect that intertwines Arabian and Ethiopian's narrative. According to the Arab genealogy, Joktan, also known as Qahtan, is considered the ancestor of South Arabians. He is mentioned in the Hebrew Bible as the second son of Eber and the progenitor of the 13 sons who populate South Asia. Amina, on the other hand, holds a central role in the Islamic tradition as the beloved mother of the Prophet Muhammad. Her lineage and familial connections are deeply ingrained in the Arabian context. However, what links Joktan and Amina is more than just genealogy. It's the convergence of historical and spiritual significance. The Ethiopian king list serves as a thread connecting these narratives within the framework. The lineage of Joktan, tracing back to the Arabian Peninsula, intersects with the story of Amina, who hailed from the same region. Through Baraka, the Ethiopian woman who played a crucial role as the prophet's mother figure, this connection becomes more tangible. Baraka's involvement in the prophet's life from birth as the wet nurse and confidant signifies the bridge between Arabian and Ethiopian heritage. Her recognition of the prophet's significance even before his birth, as she interprets Amina's dream, underscores the spiritual depths of this connection. Furthermore, Amina's reliance on the Barakas during the moments of joy and sorrow emphasizes the bond that transcends geographical and cultural boundaries. In her companionship with Amina, Baraka symbolizes the unity of Arabian and Ethiopian narratives with the broader context of Islamic history. So let us now return to Abraham, aka Abram, in terms that bring us to the symbolic of Aram or Amram and Cam's separation and untying, uniting again. I'm sorry, that's spelled wrong. Uniting again. And when Abram came from the cave, he went to Noah and his son Shem, and he remained with them to learn instructions of Yahuwah and his ways. And no man knew where Abram was, and Abram served Noah and Shem, his son, for a long time. Yasher, the book of Yasher, Sefer, and Adonai Tesedek, king of Jerusalem, the same was Shem, went out with his men to meet Avram and his people with bread and wine. They remained together in the valley of Melech, and Adonai Tesedek blessed Avram, and Avram gave him, or Abram, gave him a tenth from all that he had brought from the spoils of enemy. For Adonai Tesedek was a priest before Elohim. Yasher, Jasper 16, 11 through 12, Cipher. This Melchizedek was Shem. This Melchizedek was Shem. The Jews say that Melchizedek was Shem, Noah's son, counting up the total years of the lifetime, 800 years, according to Genesis 11:11. Jerome questions in Genesis 14:18 about Shem being a prophet. It says, "Upon my word, Melchizedek," Psalms 11. The Seder Olam which is a second century Jewish text, and Melchizedek, king of Jerusalem, who was the great Shem. The Targum, Neophyte, Genesis. Likewise, Shem was born circumcised, as it says, and Melchizedek, king of Salem, interpreted as a king who was Salem, complete or perfect, hence circumcised. So we go to the Targum. O seekers, as we close on this, let us recall the name of Akhmosis, the ruler of the two lands, the Dejahudi, the king of kings. Yes, Ahmosis the first is important on several levels, but let us first review that Ahmosis the first and his titles reign was indeed a pivotal period in ancient Egyptian history, marked by significant military victories and changes in the titles and iconographs. So here we go to the next position. Hold on. Well, I could go through all that, but I got to get to the next page. America and Melchizedek's order, hidden teachings, returned as AI technology. Let us begin by reviewing certain information to have a study key and understand the connections of antiquity. Yes, these connections, as demonstrated, are to increase the seeing of oneness in our faith systems. The context of views of history has given strategic positioning to divide our people and all people of the world. Here, the understanding is to find the ancient mindset of oneness. So begin with the points of divide, and that is here an important connection to Salem, Canaanite, the Phoenicians, Egyptians. What is strong, even the 18th dynasty. Baal worship was common in the ancient Canaan Phoenicians. The word Baal is Semitic, aka Shem, and means Lord or Master. The Canaanites believed that Baal was a principal deity of the land and that he had absolute control over nature and people. So this is Lord King. Baal worship was popular in Egypt from 1300 BC to 1075 BC. It was also common in the land of the Bronze Age and early Iron Age amongst the Phoenicians, Armenians, Canaanites, Israelites, and Judites. The Phoenician city of Baalbek in modern-day Lebanon was a cult center for Baal. Jezebel introduced Baal worship to Israel's capital city of Samaria in the 9th century BC, according to the biblical text. Baal worship was prevalent during the period of the kings of Israel. Ahaz fostered Baal worship. Hezekiah tried to eliminate it. Manesh, Hezekiah's son, gave it royal support. Josiah purged the temple of Yahweh of the utensils made for Baal and Asherah. Remember Asherah, we went over Asherah, that's Yahweh's wife. But now she is Baal's wife in this part. Baal and Asherah, as we review these, it is necessary to take context that the Bible, there are many Elohim. And even the Canaanite gods were in translation called Elohims, showing a different meaning of Elohims. Now, some suggest they are aliens, but let's look at Balaam, who prophesied a star prophecy, and the three wise men followed the star. So as we research, we see that the star Sirius is key in this with the Orion belt. In fact, the Ethiopian Cushites are star children. So we say star children, others in the past said Elohims. So now the many ancient ancestors and the connections that show the oneness that was lost through political power veiling the history under religion to control the people. So the theories give you the chance to study, to show yourself approved. Baal and Moloch have been held to be foreign gods that children's sacrifice was made to, but the facts show different, and that Israel made human sacrifice to Jehovah. Moloch was not a name for a god, but instead is a word for a particular form of child sacrifice practiced in Israel and Judah, which was not abandoned until the reforms of Josiah. In the Tanakh, mentions are made in the books such as Kings, Leviticus, and Jeremiah of the children being given to Molech. According to Patrick D. Miller, these children's sacrifice traditions were not originally part of Yahwehism, but were instead foreign imports. Francisca Starkopoulos contradicts this, asserting that the sacrifices were native to Israel and part of the royal line's attempt to perpetuate itself. See supporting information. Some scholars have concluded that these 32 human virgins were to be sacrificed to Yahweh as a burnt offering along with animals. For example, Carl Philipp Leben compared the incident with the near sacrifice of Iphigenia in the Greek mythology, claiming according to Leviticus 27:29, sacrifice of human victims were clearly established among the Jews. After recounting the story of Japhet's daughters in the book of Judges 11, he reasoned the Jews, according to Numbers chapter 31, took 61 asses, 72,000 oxen, 675,000 sheep, and 32,000 virgins, whose fathers, mothers, and brothers were butchered. There were 16,000 girls for the soldiers, 16,000 for the priests, and on the soldiers, and on the soldiers' share there was levied a tribute of 32 virgins for the Lord. What became of them? The Jews had no nuns. What was the Lord's share in all the wars of the Hebrew, if it was not blood? But when we start talking about Melchizedek and certain traditions, remember, Melchizedek is bread and wine. It is a separation from the blood sacrifice. So you have certain things that are going on that have to be finally ciphered and separated to really get a clear picture. Kluger, 1995, cited Exodus 17, Numbers 31, Deuteronomy 30 and 20 as examples of human sacrifice demanded by Yahweh, adding that according to 1 Samuel chapter 15, Saul lost his kinship of Israel because he had withheld the human sacrifice that Yahweh, the God of Israel, expected as he do after a war. Najit's 1995 remarked that at the time of her writing, increasingly scholars suggested that the Israelites engaged in state-sponsored rituals of child sacrifice. Although such ritual activities is condemned by Jeremiah, Ezekiel, and other biblical writers, the 7th century reformers King Hosea sought to put an end to the notion of God who desires human sacrifice. May well have been an important thread in Israel's belief. Now you have to see Josiah's seal as well. And when you see his seal, you'll understand who he is. The book of Jasher, Balaam as the Magi's, Melchizedek, and the Canaanite kings in the Canaanite background of Zadok, the priest of Salem. So I'm going to go a little further. The explorations of how these concepts may have influenced or intersected with the Hebrew Moses narrative, particularly during the 18th dynasty. The Canaanite Phoenician alphabet is the script and language that is known today as Katav Ivri or Paleo-Hebrew. The Phoenician alphabet, like Egyptian hieroglyphs, only included consonants and not vowels. The Phoenician alphabet developed into Old Hebrew, Amharic, and Greek, and eventually the Roman alphabet. So we look at Paleo-Hebrew, which is the Canaanite language. So now you see where Hebrew comes from. It comes from the Cushite people. So we go back to the role of Magi, Balaam, the star knowledge, the star kings under Melchizedek. Now, what comes here is very important, what we're going to touch here just a little bit, and then we're going to get to the next closing stage. The highlight of the Canaanite background of Zadok, the priest of Solomon, and Solomon's Canaanite lineage through Bathsheba. So we're going back that the Solomon lineage, or that which lined back up in the Keber Nagas, means Solomon was Bathsheba's son. Bathsheba, house of Sheba. Zadok was the Canaanite priest. These are two Cushite Canaanites. They're not Israelites. They become Canaanites, Cushites. Sheba, house of Sheba. So now also in the Old Testament, what happens with the story is mixed with what we call lunar science. And that's what you have to understand in the Bible. It's dimensionally written. So there's the codification for language, and there's the metaphysical science in the body. And so that's why we always explain to you, you're a solar being, melanin solar being, but you operate under a lunar science, meaning under the moon, the pineal is set into operation. So the pineal and the pituitary go into operation. What does that have to do with what we're going into? The discussion of what the word Yah. Some people thought Yah was a Hebrew word, but it is actually a Kemetic title, a Kemetic name. Yah goes back to the lunar deity. When we say lunar deity, they give you Kansu, but these are rules. These are operations in nature. So you have a lunar operation in your nature. You have a lunar operation in your nature. And it is significant in the science of the pineal and the pituitary operation that releases the golden substance to regenerate the being, creating in you, making you the house of Isis, Ra, and El, the Israel. So Israel is the science, is not the ethnicity of a people. That's why when you go into history, you can't find the people, but you can find the Cushite people. You could find those connected to the Canaanite, Cushite, Ethiopian Empire. But you can't find Israel until you get to the Ethiopian kings who is called Israel. Analysts of how the lunar science influenced religion, when you go through the Old Testament, is all about lunar science, moon science. Those become your holy and sacred days. They're trying to realign you to an ancient Ethiopian way. Now, let's just speed on in. I'm sorry. Oh, that's the footnote. So this is where we start. I'm sorry. An overview, the lineage from Adam to Enos. Enos is mentioned in various religious texts. Enos, significance in the Ethiopian Orthodox tradition attributed with the introduction of the Ge'ez alphabet. Now we just watched Brother Clyde Winter show you the Ethiopian alphabet in the West, in the inscriptions in Peru, in the inscriptions in in the Mayans inscriptions, the Mochicha. You just watched it. You seen Ethiopian language over here. Enos in different traditions, comparison of Enos in the Bible, the book of Jubilee, and the later day saint text. Distinctions between Enos, son of Seth, and Enos, son of Jacob, the neophyte. So you got to remember that's even some other code there. Enos in the Mandean scriptures, examination of Enos in the Mandean text, particularly as Anush, Uthra, an angelic being. Remember, we started off with Elohim's, the measurements, the keepers of the measurements, linking Enos to Sheti or Seth and his teachings with the Mandean tradition, connection to America, reference to Joseph Smith, because you know the Mormons take on some stuff, but they're stealing from some stuff as well. They're revealing some stuff. I'll say that. Reference to Joseph Smith's teachings about Enos, leading people to the promised land named Canaan. The Canaan, noting the presence. So, noting the presence of East African and Paleo-Hebrew evidence found in South and North America. Remember the Bat Creek stone. You have to go see the Bat Creek stone. You find the Phoenician, Ethiopian Cushite language right here in Georgia, right here in Tennessee, right here in Kentucky. You find the Ethiopian Cushite language right here. Noting the presence of the East African Paleo-Hebrew evidence found in South and North America, suggesting Enos lineage potential migration. The Giz alphabet, discussing Enoch's role in the Ethiopian tradition, credited with introducing the Giz alphabet, crucially in codifying law. Elaboration on significance of the Giz alphabet in cultural and historical context. The recapitulation of Enoch's diverse representation in different religions. Let's go a little further. Yeah, I want to do it right here. Yeah, I got it. So let's do this. Once upon a time, an epoch shrouded in the veil of time, the lands of ancient Canaan reverberated with the echoes of diverse Elohims, deities revered from the sacred groves of Asherah to the sovereign might of El, and from the resounding chants to Chemos, the powerless, to the mystique and surrounding Zedek. These Elohims, revered as gods, were more than mere divine entities. They embodied the very essence of the kingly priestly lineage that once reigned over the kingdoms lost in the annals of history, yet documented by the Canaanite, aka Akan of Ghana, the people of the city of Salem. Akan, or Canaan, or Canaanite people, as the tides of natural calamity profound and upheaval washed over the ancient lands and the royal families. Custodians of sacred legacies stood amidst the devastations and preserving the enigmatic stories. It was with the hidden narratives of the Magi, a secretive order known for safeguarding ancient wisdom. The mystic tales of these divine lineages found refuge. The esoteric threads of Melchizedek, the king priests of Salem and Canaan, were woven into these clandestine chronicles, nestled in the depths of Magi's knowledge. The Dejan Shua, a testament to the unbroken lineage of Melchizedek, bore the sacred insignia, linking the hidden mysteries of Salem to the revered lands of Axum. Across the epoch, tales whispered of familiar ties and sacred bloodlines traversing continents and generations, safeguarding the echoes of divine rulership. Safeguarding the echoes of divine rulership. In silence of the Ethiopian highlands, the secrets of these Elohims thrived, embraced within the heartlands. Axum, an ancient bastion, held within its bosom the hidden echoes of Salem's divine legacy, a testament to the enduring lineage and the intertwined destinies of these kingly priestly gods. Though times passes casts a pall obscurity over the tales, the whispers persisted, echoing through the annals of mythology and history, veiled with the mystiques of the Magi wisdom. Journey from Canaan to Axum bore the mark of the divine lineages etched in the enigmatic symbolisms, ancient lore waiting to be unraveled by those seeking to keep then lock the esoteric truths concealed within the hidden chambers of time, and thus the saga of Elohims, the revered gods entwined with royal lineages, found sanctuary in cryptic narratives of the Magi, with Melchizedek's legacy standing as a testament to the enduring mysteries hidden within the annals of Canaan's, Salem's, to the sanctified grounds of Axum. And now we look at the leopard print of the priest of the Mayan, of the Yucatan. The Mayan priest known as Belam and Ekbelam played pivotal roles with their society, with Ekbelam specifically associated with the black jaguar, further enriching the intricate connections between the Mayan religious practices and the revered symbolism of the jaguar. So we get the jaguar, we went in a lesson one day and we spoke about the Hasmonean being Akhmosian, Akhmosian, the black lion, the black lion, the black leopard. So they call it the Black Panther in Africa. The Hasmoneans were known as Black Panthers. That's the meaning of their name, and the traditional aspects, they call them the lineage of the Black Panther, the Black Jaguar. the leopard print that you see throughout Africa. The jaguar further enriched the intricate connections between the Mayan and religious practices and the revered symbolism of the jaguar. Mayan priests in the Ekbalam, the Mayans held a deep reverence for their priests who served as intermediaries between the people and the divine. The priests, known as Belam, officiated at significant ceremonies, orchestrating rituals that align with the celestial events and agricultural cycles. The name Balaam is linked to the spiritual authority and wisdom in the Mayan culture. Ekbalam, the black jaguar deity. Ekbalam, translated as the black jaguar in Mayan, representing a deity associated with the formidable enigmatic black jaguar. This deity was perceived as a powerful god, embodying the jaguar's attributes of strength and ferociously and spiritual depths. Ekbalam held a prominent place in the Mayan mythology, revered for its connection to the underworld, symbolic representation of the night, sun, and darkness. Symbolism, spiritual significance, the association of the Mayan priest with the name Balaam and the deity Ekbalam, linked to the revered black jaguar, signifies a profound spiritual symbolic connection. It underscores the intertwining of the priestly authority and the spiritual symbolism, where the jaguar served as a potent symbol of strength, valor, and divine power. Integration with serious and cultural context. In a broader context of Mesoamerican beliefs, the incorporation of the black jaguar deity and associated the priest with the name Balaam Ekbelam might have woven a complex narrative within the celestial observation related to Sirius or the star Sirius. The spiritual significance of the jaguar in the Mayan religious practice likely resonated deeply with the cosmic observation linked to Sirius, enriching the spiritual tapestry of the Mayan civilization. The fusion of Balaam's, sorry, I keep doing the same thing. The fusion of the Balaam priest of the deity Ekbalam's epitomizing the black jaguars, highlighting intricate layers of spiritual reverence and nuisance understanding of the new natural world within the Mayan culture. The interplay between priest deities and celestial observation adds depth to cultural spiritual legacy of the Mayan, echoing profound connection with natural divine realm. Leopard print symbolism and the celestial significance of Sirius and the veneration of the jaguar in various Mesoamerican and Andean cultures, such as the Aztecs, Olmecs, and the Hopewell mound builders, highlight a complex web of cultural connections and symbolism representing across civilizations. Leopard print symbolism. The leopard print associated with prestige and authority was not limited to Mayans. It resonated across the Mesoamerican cultures, extending to the Aztecs, Olmecs, and even among the Andean societies like the Hopewell mound builders. The use of the leopard or jaguar pelts symbolized power, royalty, and priestly authority, often abandoned by the elite often adored by elites, warriors, and priests. These symbolisms signified an amalgamation of status, prowess, and spiritual significance within these societies. In the luminous tapestry of ancient history, at the heart of the Ethiopian Kushite Empire arose the venerable figure of Melchizedek, bearing the mantle of the kingly priestly order. His wisdom became legendary, fostering an illustrious lineage that emanated from Ethiopian throne and stretched across the horizons of distant epochs, times. Amidst the grandeur of the Dejensur and the splendor, narratives echoed the unparalleled wisdom of Melchizedek, orchestrating and flourishing kingdoms under his benevolent reign. From this sacred land of Ethiopia, his familiar lineage birthed innumerable realms intricately interwoven into the fabric of historical annals. The annals of the Ethiopian kings divulged the saga of Aram, also known as Ori and Cam, later on Christian Cam, whose familiar discord rippled through dynasties, sowing the seeds of division. The chasm led some of the Aram's kins to embark on an exodus, setting forth a chronicle that echoed through the corridors of time. In the wake of migrations, the upheaval descendants of Aram, eventually identified as the Hyksos, embarked on a monumental invasion. Meanwhile, Cam's progeny, confronted with the incursion and sought solace in distant realms, embarking on voyages that led them to the shores of the Americas. The echoes of the Balaam and the enigmatic figures tracing lineage to the Melchizedek, interwoven with the sagas of Zoroaster and the ancient priestly orders, coloring the enigmatic journey to the Americas. Through the epoch of the Ethiopian Empire, rooted in Axum, fostered an enduring exchange with the Americas. The pursuit of wisdom, prosperity manifested in mining enterprises, this construction of trade cities, and the unending quest for knowledge, echoing across continents and intertwining civilizations. The intricate web of cultural exchange extends further, resonating with the footprints of the Sumerians in the land known as Kugaki, where they mined and many that followed built cities around the mining. These Kushite connections also to East Africa, where travelers may have learned of the distant lands like Ecuador and Peru, amidst the grandeur of the Ari, the Aksumite empires. And I want to say here, Aksumite or Aksum. So you get where you hear a lot of people say Amexum for Mexico, but it is Amexum is Aksum, the Aksumite Empire. Semitic speaking Ethiopians set sail carrying with them the wisdom of the Sirius star knowledge and the heritage of Punt. Their journeys intertwine with South America, bridging continents through shared knowledge and trade. These historical whispers and artifacts evoke vivid, transparent tapestry of interconnected civilizations where diverse cultures exchange wisdom goods across vast oceans, the Ethiopian Ocean to be exact. The Mayans, Aztecs, and Olmecs, guardians of the ancient heritage, safeguard a celestial wisdom and lineage tracing back to Kemet, Nubia, and Ethiopia. The Andean custodians of the Hopewell Mounds harmonize their sacred relics with Orion and the Sirius, illuminating an ancient society steeped in the enigmatic Sirius order, resonating with the celestial realms within the intricate history web and the interwoven tapestry of ancient cultures, the celestial insights, priestly lineages, and pursuits of wisdom unfold. Ethiopia's connection with the distant shores of America resonate through the echoes of Melchizedek's wisdom, uniting civilizations under the celestial auspice where the pursuit of the ancient star knowledge transcends the ages to the heavens above is to know the heavens within. And remember, when we speak of the star knowledge, the Sophist, Melchizedek's grandson, Balaam, prophesied of a star, not of Jesus. And the Council of Nice changed the star knowledge to the spiritual, religious claim of the birth of Jesus. And they took our stories and they wove them. And they took our science and they wove them. But there, hidden in it, is that ancient Ethiopian Kushite, our story. Give thanks.
Yes, Ras Lazarus. Lovely, beautiful lesson, beloved. Very, very in depth, very enlightening. You know, I'll give thanks. The thing is, Ras, I'm so tired. I can't even give you know, there's some I would have liked to have
Right.
continued. You know,
Yes,
but
sir. We
last
can touch on that next week with you. You can put together with your calendar. I'll send you the video, and that way then you can even screenshot, take the picture of the same calendar, and maybe we can find a way to get Kimian to unite it in a picture form with what you want to put, and then that'll give you the platform to go in depth on the reasoning as we star knowledge in the next stage of the heaviness, because that is the connections that we want to know, because those are the footprints of our ancestors that we can find everywhere. That
Well,
connection.
one thing I'll say about the calabash, it's a representation, in African culture, especially in the Yoruba culture, that it's a representation of the universe.
Yes,
So
sir.
writing that stuff on the calabash itself is very significant.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because that is what I mean. Even now we eat out of a calabash and those things, like it's that's kind of it's a spiritual heights in itself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. I have a
Mm.
calabash on my altar as well.
Yeah, I eat I always eat with calabash. I don't eat with I just eat from a calabash, you
Gosh.
know. I actually use it every day. I'm gonna come off because I was on with Ras Amdi. I was up last night up until the morning and I need to catch a little sleep.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We still in convention, so I already know we'll be up in the next 3 hours. It starts at
Yeah.
4 come our time.
All
So
right, King. Well, giving
yes,
thanks, Russ.
yes, sir.
I'm
Russ,
gonna I'm gonna crash straight out of here. I wanted.
Earlier.
yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Yes,
Russ,
sir.
Yeah.
Earlier.
yes, sir. Russ, come in. Or he might already fail too because he got to get up. All right, Asamdi, give us a closing prayer, and I will play our national anthem. And I am glad that you were all able to have tolerance and travel this ride into this in-depth stage. We will go deeper into it. We will go deeper into the metaphysical science as we show where the connections of the mystics and the mystic traditions, as His Majesty said, connects us all. Haile Selassie. Yes, sir. Chaplain Amdu.
Yes, sir. Earlier. Gusto salam. Sila. Give thanks. I do have, well, Memphis Kudus, Alia Kyle, Abu Kudus Kedemawe, Haile Selassie Siam, Xavier. Bahama Ab, well, Memphis Kudus, Alia Kyle, Abu Kudus Kedemawe, Haile Selassie Siam, Xavier. Our Father, who art in Zion, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will shall be done throughout earth as it is in Zion. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against Zion. Strengthen us in temptation, deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever, world without end. Through our living man, Abu Qudus, Kanamawe, Ali Selassie Siam, Xavier, Nugusalam, Leku Malcolm Nagatu, Abu Qudus, Kanamawe, Haile Selassie Siam, Xavier. Yinugus Nigesitu Yideli Meskele. Yi Ethiopia Koheb Nugusi, Yi Nugusi Kidus Ziride. Amlakana Halina Wasawana, Asana. Amlakana Halina Wasawana, Asana. Sata Amasagana. Sila. For we, the black people of the world, in order to effect unity, solidarity, freedom, and self-determination, to secure justice and maintain the integrity of Ethiopia, which is our divine heritage, do hereby establish and ordain this Constitution for the Ethiopian World Federation, incorporated into His Imperial Majesty as Commander-in-Chief of the Mahel Safari Forces. Abukudus Kinamare, Haile Selassie Siam Exhibir, the Star King of Ethiopia, the Rainbow King. Sila, Sila, Sila. Yes, I. On to you, Chair.
Jerusalem, yes, sir. They are in.
Got to be in that land of Ethiopia. It's the black man kingdom. Ethiopia, the land of our fathers, the land where our gods of to be. Like bees to our hive swiftly gather, our children are gathered to thee. With our red, gold, and green floating o'er us, and our emperor to shield us from wrong. With our hope and our future before us, we hail and we chant and we sing. God bless our needless high, who keeps Ethiopia free, to advance with truth and right, to advance with love and light, with righteousness leading. We hail to our God and our King, humanity pleading, one God.
One God for us. Haile Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Give thanks. Haile.
Yes, Sila.
You know.
Yeah, I'm a good study group. Hallelujah.